Today reminds us that education does not stop at institutional gates or national boundaries. It travels wherever curiosity is welcome. Good morning, everyone. It is our great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies 2026, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science of Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College in collaboration with Curtin University, Malaysia.
Let us begin this gathering with a moment of respect and togetherness. As we cherish this occasion, I request everyone to rise for the prayer song.
നീരാരും കടലൊടുത്ത നിലമടന്தை കെളിലൊഴുകും സീരാരും വദനമെന തികൾ പരത കണ്ടമിതിൽ തെക്കണമും അതിസിരந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிற பிறை நுதலும் தரிதலரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்த செயல் மறந்த வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
As we begin this event, the welcome address offers a moment of reflection and anticipation for the journey ahead. It is with great honor I would like to request Dr. F. Mary Magdalene Jane, Dean Computer Science, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Some academic gatherings happen because they are scheduled. Others emerge when curiosity, commitment, and timings align. Today is one such event. It is my pleasure to welcome you for the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies. On behalf of the management, principal, and the organizing committee, we extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished professor, Dr. Kelvin Yong Shengchuk, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Sciences, Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia. Welcome, sir. So, please note that he's spending only 2 days in India just for our conference. His schedule is very demanding. He has to get back to academics. He arrived early in the morning, and only after few hours of rest, he delivered a pre-conference workshop yesterday that was truly outstanding. His session combined strong technical depth, and his delivery held our students spellbound. Our students and faculty, they appreciated his patience, his pleasant and approachable manner, and the care he took in addressing every question of the student. His presence here matters not because of the distance he traveled, but because of the perspective he brought. I really think these moments of genuine exchange are how institutions learn from one another. I would like to welcome Dr. Shivraman Ishwaran, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Curtin University, Malaysia, who was instrumental in bringing this event together. I extend my heartfelt welcome to Mr. Ranjit Kumar N, Group Project Manager, Infosys Technologies Chennai, for accepting our invitation and for gracing the event. Welcome, sir. And another thing we have to note is that he insisted that he wanted to listen to Professor Young. Sir, your curiosity is something we have to emulate. Welcome, sir. I take this moment to welcome our most respected Director Academics, Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy, sir, who's here today. He's happy to come over, participate, and whenever we have an event, he's really happy to come and felicitate. So thank you, sir. Welcome for coming. I take this moment to express our sincere gratitude to our Chairman, Dr.Nalla G and our Secretary, Dr. Thavamani D, whose vision and constant encouragement continue to inspire us. I also thank our trustees, Dr. Arun Palaniswami and Mrs. Mathura V. Palaniswami, for their continued support and guidance. Though they are not able to be with us today, they have conveyed their warm wishes and blessings. I welcome our CEO, Dr. O.T. Bhuneshwaran, and our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Nadeshan, for today's event. It is my pleasure to welcome our Principal, Dr. S. Saravanan, who has set pace for this endeavor and who has been our guiding force. There is a pressing engagement for him. He will join us shortly. We extend our heartiest welcome to the expert member, Mr. Raghuveeran, Global Delivery Head, AI, Wipro Chennai, who will be joining us shortly. We would like to welcome the session chairs, Dr. Karpagavalli, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Dr. Sudha, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Applications, PSG College of Arts and Science, Dr. S. Dhanapal, Associate Professor, Department of MCA, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Dr. Prabhu Sundar, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, Gobi Arts and Science College. We have received 236 papers with 70% acceptance from various states and few countries. Around 200 participants have registered for the conference. I welcome the presenters and the participants from various institutes. I would like to welcome the delegates from ICT Academy, Analytics Society of India, and media partner Ticket 9. I would like to welcome my fellow deans and thank them for their support. I welcome the conveners of the conference, Dr. Uma and Dr. Purna Sandil Kumar, and I would like to welcome all the heads of departments. I welcome our faculty team and our dear students. Once again, I cordially welcome all the members who have graciously given their time for this event. We do hope you find this event fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A pillar of strength and vision, radiating compassion and determination. With utmost respect, I request Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy, Director Academics of Dr.N.G.P Educational Institutions, to felicitate the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. Resource person of today, person of wisdom and thoughtfulness, Dr. Kelvin from Sindhwan University of Technology, Malaysia. Esteemed Mr. Ranjit Kumar Nachimuthu, Group Project Manager, Engineering Services Infosys. Esteemed Dean, Faculty of Computer Science, Dr. Purna Sandil Kumar, Dr. Uma, and all my dear and respected faculty members, participants of this wonderful session, particularly the participants from other institutions. I want to have a special welcome to all of you. Thank you for coming over here for this intellectual feast. Computing intelligence is surpassing the human intelligence. Experts from computer science says, no doubt on it. I am not a computer man, but I used to listen to what MIT lab is doing on artificial intelligence and what are the latest concepts going on in the field of computer science and intelligence. Now, within a short period, we can see lots of technology concepts have come in. So you take from Internet of Things to augmented reality, so many things, machine learning, and so many. If you see very keenly, now the competition is between the human thinking and computer thinking. That is, recently I have read an article in which they says, Google Brain, in 2012, Google Brain used 160,000 CPU cores to train the deep learning model to recognize the cat for 3 days. That's what the message says from Google. So like that, now the neural networks in so many areas are progressing to the maximum level. I was learning something about ambient intelligence. It's actually how this electronic environment is adapting with the human environment without the intervention of human. So these are very interesting, like what we can say wearable technologies or a robotic environment, robot in an unknown environment. You take the examples. Now you take our COIMBATORE Medical Center. I have been here for more than 2.5 decades. If you see the growth of technology in health sciences, it's very surprising. You see, just to enter inside our cancer unit, you can find an ABC accelerator and so many medical equipments which are on par with global technologies. To that extent, once upon a time, if X-ray film was taken, it went to the lab. After a long time, it will come back to show the inner images. Now it is not so. Now things are going tremendously. The imaging technologies are very much supported by technology convergence, and KMC, even robotic surgery, transplantation, everything is supported by technologies now. So we are successful. We are enjoying the technology for the betterment of so many areas. Dear friends, neural network, fuzzy system, evolutionary computing, cultural learning, social reasoning, even N.P. so many concepts are discussed today. So if you see the outset, now the speed of technology is an important central point I want to discuss here. The speed of technology, the accelerating path of technology between the developing and developed countries is tremendous. So how we are going to manage this speed or the degree of progression of technology for all these sciences. Now, natural language processing is taking a very big momentum and dimension to fit in with technology space. My dear friends, all of you here, very good experts are very well invited, and the program was well designed by the faculty members and dean. So all the resource persons are from right fields. So I hope you will enjoy the intellectual feast given by our faculty members. I want to thank the management for not only having us the very good physical infrastructure here, even intellectual infrastructure, because of you, even emotional infrastructure is good in this institution. So I hope I welcome again all of you for this wonderful session. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to thank all the resource persons for their valuable presence. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a mark of gratitude and deep respect, I now request Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy to kindly honor our esteemed chief guests, Dr. Kelvin Yong, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science, Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia, and Mr. Ranjit Kumar, Group Project Manager, Infosys Technologies, Chennai. We shall now proceed to the release of the conference proceedings. With great pleasure, I request our chief guest, Dr. Kelvin, to officially unveil the proceedings of the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies. Thank you, dignitaries. The journey of progress starts with a spark of inspiration and is fueled by determination. With sincere delight, I would like to request Dr. S. Purana Sendilkumar, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Computer Applications, to introduce our chief guest to the gathering.
Good morning to one and all. Katrarul Katrar Yanapaduvar, Katrar Mun Katra Sala Sulluvar. Meaning, among the learned, those who continue to learn and humbly share their knowledge are truly wise. With this Tirukural thought, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our chief guest for today's conference, a distinguished academician, researcher, and expert in the field of cybersecurity, Dr. Kelvin Chen-Chek. Dr. Kelvin Yong is a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Engineering, Computer Science at Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia. He obtained his Bachelor Engineering in 2010 and PhD Electrical and Electronic Engineering in 2016 from Swinburne University of Technology. Following his doctoral studies, he served as a postdoctoral fellow at University Malaysia, where he worked information security project, particularly focusing on phishing, website, and email detection. He continued to learn. He later contributed as a lecturer at Cotton University before joining Sunburn University 2020. Dr. Kelvin Yong research industry lies in the vital domain of cyber security. He is well experted in the cyber security domain, and most of the papers he has published with the cyber security related one, and with a strong focus on information security, cyber threat detection, and the development of effective detection scheme to combat modern cyber security attacks. He is an active member of several prestigious professional bodies like Board of Engineering Malaysia, Malaysia Board of Technologies, IEEE member, Institution of Engineering Australia, Advanced HT UK. Dr. Kelvin Ong has impressive research profile with over 20 international journals in the reputable journals, more than 1,400 citations among 10 H-index and I-index of 10, reflecting the strong impact of his scholar contribution and research contribution in the field of cyber security. He also actively supervises Ph.D., Masters in Research candidates, encourage aspiring research to explore advanced studies in cyber security and related fields, and he truly honored to have such an accomplished scholar and thought leader with us today. Please join with us extending respectful warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Kelvin Ong Chenchek. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Serving as a guiding light at the center of refinement, the presence of our chief guest today symbolizes the embodiment of wisdom and excellence. We feel highly privileged in requesting a guest of honor, Dr. Kelvin Yong from Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Dr. S. Purana Satikuma for the introduction. Thank you so much. Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy, Dr. S. Saravana, Principal, Dr. F. Mary Magdalene Jen, academic leaders, faculty members, distinguished guests, staff and students, very good morning. It is a privilege to be here this morning and to be part of your esteemed event, which is the 3rd International Conference on Computational Intelligence as well as Communication Technologies. I'm very delighted to see such a big crowd of enthusiastic people from all around, from various backgrounds, researchers, academics, industrial experts, students coming together, hunger for information and knowledge. I believe this conference serves as an important platform for us to share ideas, to learn from one another, and also to discuss about the recent advancement, especially the theme of this conference, which is on computational intelligence as well as communication technologies. And another thing is excited is also, that we hope that this also will fruit new partnership, new collaborations between different institutions working together with the same goal. In today's rapid evolving digital world, this field that we are looking at plays a very important role in shaping our innovations, solving our real-world problems, as well as driving sustainable development. Yesterday, I had the privilege to share some of these skills to some of the students. We have a great time, and I'm very, very happy to see that the students are very, very excited, hunger, and really have the eagerness to learn more and how to grow further in their career, which is the kind of characters that I really admire, right, from all of you. And I hope that you continue to keep such a characters, to be curious, right, to learn, and to further improve yourself. As learning, unfortunately, doesn't stop, which is the same as advancements. Technology advancements is very, very fast. Hence, we also have to be running at least the same pace or faster to catch up with all these advancements. And I also look forward to hear from other distinguished guest speakers, explore insightful, meaningful discussions, and I'm also confident that this conference will inspire collaborations, will encourage innovative thinking, and also open up new directions for future research. I would like to sincerely thank the organizing committee, the advisory members, reviewers, volunteers, for their dedicated efforts to make this conference possible. And it is my honor to be part of this historical moment with all of you as we look into the advancements in computational technology, intelligence, as well as modern communication technology. I wish this conference a great success. Thank you, and have a productive and enriching conference.
Thank you, sir. As we mark the beginning of this new chapter, we acknowledge the contributions of all who have made this inaugural session possible. With great pleasure, I request Dr. S. Uma, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. On this inspiring note, pleasant greetings to one and all gathered here. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 3rd International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies, ICCICT 2K26, it's my profound privilege and great honor to propose a word of thanks for this inaugural session. At the outset, we express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Kelvin Yong Sengshek, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science, Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia, for graciously inaugurating ICCICT 2K26. We thank you for traveling the distance to be with us and for delivering an inspiring inaugural address that set a strong academic tone for the conference. Thank you, sir. We also extend our sincere thanks to Mr. N.G.P, Group Project Manager, Infosys Technologies, Chennai, for honoring us with his presence during this inaugural session. We greatly look forward to your industry-oriented insights that meaningfully bridge academic research with real-world applications. Thank you, sir. We place on record our immense gratitude to our Chairman, Dr.Nalla G. Palaniswami, and our Madam Secretary, Dr. Thavamani D. Palaniswami, for their visionary leadership, unwavering encouragement, and constant support. Their steadfast commitment to quality and academic integrity has laid the strong foundation upon which this international endeavor stands. We also express our heartfelt thanks to our trustees, Dr. Arun N. Palaniswami and Mrs. Madhurabai Palaniswami, for their guidance and sustained emphasis on excellence, which continues to strengthen our institutional culture and global outlook. We gratefully acknowledge the leadership and encouragement of our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. O.T. Bhuvaneshwaran, Chief Operating Officer, Dr. M. Nateshan, and Director Academics, Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy, whose strategic vision and support have been instrumental in translating planning into reality. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to our Principal, Dr. S. Saravanan, for his academic stewardship, guidance, and wholehearted support, which has empowered the organizing team to strive for excellence at every stage. The true strength of this conference lies in teamwork. In this regard, we express our special thanks to our Dean, Dr. F. Mary Magdalene Jain, the driving force and backbone behind us all. Madam, your leadership, energy, and unwavering motivation have inspired the entire Faculty of Computer Science. We also sincerely thank the heads of departments, faculty members, and committee coordinators for their tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and committed teamwork. We extend a heartfelt appreciation to the session chairs, reviewers, authors, delegates, student coordinators, and volunteers, whose enthusiastic participation and dedicated contributions have transformed this conference into a vibrant and truly international scholarly platform. Finally, to each one of you present here today, thank you. Your presence and engagement are our greatest motivation. With a renewed spirit of collaboration, I hereby conclude the word of thanks and wish you all a stimulating, collaborative, and memorable ICCICT 2K26. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The keynote address of this international conference is set to commence shortly. We respectfully invite the distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly take their places in the front row. With that, we may proceed with the scheduled keynote sessions. Thank you. We are honored to welcome Dr. Kelvin to deliver his keynote address on the enemy within, rethinking insider threats in a data-driven world.
Good morning. Okay, good morning. Thank you for having me. Many thanks
to Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College for the invitations to this esteemed event. Today, I'm going to share about the recent research that I'm doing with my postgraduate students. So this will give you a glimpse to the work that we are doing. And it is on insider threat detection. We are not going to look very technical or algorithmic problems of this, but I'm going to look into the evolving research challenge at the intersections of people, behavior, and systems. So the work that I'm presenting is actually drawn directly from the recent research, and my intentions today is to look into the broader aspect of it instead of just reporting the results. So I want to use this work as a lens through which we can examine how the field itself is actually changing. In particular, I would like to argue that insider threat detection is undergoing a conceptual shift from analyzing isolated events to understanding relationships, structures, and contexts. Okay, so a bit about me. So I'm Kelvin from Swinburne, Sarawak, Swinburne University of Technology Sarawak campus, which is situated in Malaysia, Kuching, city of Kuching. I'm the head of department for the AI, data science, and also cybersecurity department. And I have over 8 years in teaching and research. My research actually focuses more on the cybersecurity aspect. So we did look into research in things like code vulnerability assessments or detections. We also look into cryptography on top of what I'm presenting today, which is on insider threat detection. And I bring greetings from my university, which is Swinburne. So this is a picture of Swinburne after we has renovated it, so it looks a bit nicer. We are a small campus compared to here. Here I see a huge number of students. We have a very small community over there, just about 4,000 students. And under this, our campus, we only have 2 faculties. Faculties of Business, Design and Arts, as well as the faculty I'm there in is Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science and Computing and Science. And under this faculty, we have 2 schools. Schools of Engineering and Science, and I'm in the School of ICT. So this is my colleagues. All right, so we do have experts in various areas. So for me, I'm mostly doing research in cybersecurity, but we do have those who are working in other areas such as network, AI, data science, Internet of Things, as well as software development. All right, so we always look forward for any collaboration. Okay, so if you have any other interests to work together with us, yes, we look forward for that kind of opportunity. Okay, now going into the main topic for today. Okay, insider threats. Let me begin with a technical narrative. The most dangerous attacker already has access. That is what insider threat is all about. So insider threat, they are not dangerous because they are skillful hackers. They are dangerous because they operate from the position of trust. They have access. They do not need to bypass firewalls. They do not need to exploit vulnerability like what some of you have seen during the pre-workshop yesterday. We are exploiting vulnerabilities.
But insider threat, they don't have to, because they already belong in the organization. So these single facts fundamentally differentiate insider threats from the external ones. And it has a profound implications for detection. Now, why do we need to consider insider threats? And these questions frames the rest of the talk. Why do we, researchers, continue to struggle with insider threat detections despite decades of security investment? Right, so we're going to look into this. I managed to pull some recent news clipping related to insider threat. You see headlines such as cyber criminals recruiting insiders in banks, telecoms, tech. Contracts gets cancelled because of insider threat incidents. Staff being laid off or being found guilty for espionage, and as well as customer data gets exposed because of data breach. All these are examples of the work of insider threats. Over the last decade, we have seen insider incidents across healthcare, finance, government, and critical infrastructure. Some incidents involve malicious intent, data theft, sabotage, espionage. Some are accidental, misconfigurations, careless sharing, lost devices. What they all share is actually the impact. And what's the impact? Financial loss, reputational damage, regulatory consequences, and erosion of trust. In many of these cases, retrospective analysis shows that warning signs were present but did not recognize in time, unfortunately. 83% of organizations reported insider attacks in 2024. This statistic is from IBM, and it underscores the scale of the issue. So the key takeaway is not so much on the percentage, but it's on the normalizations of insider threat or insider incidents. Insider threats are no longer exceptional events. They're actually part of the baseline for any risk landscape today. Now we're going to look at the evolutions of insider threats. We're going to look at how insider threats has evolved over time using the studies that we have conducted. We're going to look at the methodological shift in the field towards relational, towards graph-based representations. Do take note that this is still a work in progress. I'm still working closely with my postgraduate students in finalizing the research details. So I'll be sharing more of the insights, but not so much on the results itself, okay? But if you have any questions, feel free to ask later, okay? Now we're looking at insider threats as a security problems. Insider threats operate within the established trust boundaries, and their activities often overlaps almost perfectly with legitimate behavior. And this overlap is the core challenge. How do we distinguish risky intent from routine work? Traditional security mechanisms, they were not designed to handle such a task, to handle this kind of ambiguity. And if we look closely into insider threats, we are not talking about a single type of attackers. Broadly, we can categorize that into three categories. The literature typically distinguish three different categories, which are malicious, unintentional, and masquerader. And each of these categories exhibit a different behavioral patterns which demand detections approach that are capable of modeling diverse forms of risk. If we look at the first one, malicious insiders. These are somebody who intentionally abuse the assets. While the second one, the unintentional insiders, these are somebody who causes harm through mistakes, through negligence. And the last one, the masquerader, is the external actors pretending or masquerading as a legitimate users using stolen credential. So each of these category produces different behavioral signature, very different. Any detection framework that treats insider threats as a single class is actually oversimplifying this problem. And if we map this to the cyber Q chain, you can see that the masquerader has to follow multiple stages of the chain in order to reach their objective. So typically what they do is, in order to masquerade as somebody else, you will need to first steal their identity, right? So then you do a bit of information gathering. You do reconnaissance, learning about the target, and if possible, trick the target to give their credentials to you. And from there, you gain their identity inside the systems. So that's masquerader. And they have to go through the whole stages of weaponizing, deliver, exploit, install, command and control, and finally, they can act on the objective. But the scary one is the other two categories, the traitor and the unintentional perpetrator. These are the ones that bypass all these stages and they can immediately act on their objectives because they have access. Right, so that is the dangerous part. This makes insider threat harder to detect using traditional intrusion-based or intrusion metric models. Unlike external attacks, insider threats rarely manifest as a single anomalous event. The risk emerges gradually through sequence of actions and contextual change within the organization's environment. Insider threats are hard to detect because the actions often look legitimate. Accessing files, sending emails, logging in after hours, all of this can be normal activities. So the difference lies in the context, in the sequence, as well as in the relationship of all these actions and entities. Now, place this problem in today's enterprise environment. Hybrid work, cloud services, personal devices, BYOD, email, collaboration tools. All of this, they will generate logs continuously. So when we talk about security teams, they are no longer dealing with thousands of such events. We are talking millions of events. So you can see that the challenge is not so much on how do we collect enough data to detect this kind of malicious activity, but it's more about how do we make sense of all this data, and we have too much data to process. So this leads to what I call detection dilemma. If we trigger too many alerts, security analysts, they get drowned with the noise and all these alerts to process. But if we trigger too little, too few alerts, we may miss the real threats. Insider threats detection lives in this very uncomfortable middle ground where we need to look at precision and recall for this particular matter. Detections methodology has evolved substantially over time. Historically, we depend on logs, rules, and dashboards, and over time, this particular field has evolved and incorporate things like machine learning, deep learning, and more recently, we are looking into the graph-based learning. This evolution reflects the growing recognitions that context, relationship actually matters, not just individual actions. And if we look at the first one, the rule-based detection approaches, early insider threat detection system, they rely on manually defined rules. Such method is easy to interpret, to understand how it works, as well as very easy to audit, but it generates very high false positive, especially in dynamic organization settings. The traditional detections method relies upon investigators' expertise in decision making, and a lot of the early insider threat detection systems relies on rule-based kind of approach. Things like, if somebody copy too many files, trigger an alert. If somebody logs in the middle of the night, trigger an alert. Right? So this is how rule-based works. But you can see for rule-based kind of approach, it's actually very rigid. And it is not able to deal with things that is changing very rapidly, or what we say, a very dynamic kind of environment. So as organization behavior evolve, static rules becomes less effective. Excessive alerts generations, security analysts becomes overwhelmed. And this reduces the overall effectiveness of the insider threat monitoring. It is very time consuming because you have to look through every single alerts, and if those false alerts, you still have to process them. And by the time you find out that there's an insider threat, their objective may already be achieved, right? It will be far too late. So the rules assume static behavior in a dynamic organization, which is not realistic. And as roles change, workload shift, work pattern evolve, the rules break down. So these rules, this is what we call as alert fatigue, where analysts eventually begins to ignore the systems, especially when you get a lot of false alarm. Then you start to, in order to clear it, you start to skip it and say, this should be nothing. So that's where things get missed. So then, as rule-based is not that effective, then we go into machine learning, right? When the onset of machine learning comes in, everyone jumps into this wagon in order to grasp the benefit of using machine learning. So statistical anomaly detections, clusterings, classification models begins to appear. Machine learning techniques introduce adaptability by learning patterns from historical data. And this approach actually reduces a lot of manual effort, but it still depends very much on feature engineering. And it faces limitations in capturing complex, multi-dimensional relationship and temporal dynamics that characterize insider threat detections or scenarios. Then we move on to deep learning. Deep learning brought sequence modeling into insider threat detections. We have things like RNN, CNN, LSTMs. All these can learn temporal patterns automatically. And this is a major step forward. These models excel at capturing patterns over time, and it reduces the reliance on feature engineering or handcraft features. It enables scalable, automated detection pipelines. But there is an issue with feature-centric kind of models. They struggle as well. Struggle to distinguish identical actions occurring under different organizations or relational contexts. And this highlights a fundamental representations limitation. Something was missing. So what happened is that this model treats user largely in isolation. Because of that, it's not able to capture relationship between users, devices, files, emails, and behavior without such context is ambiguous. Imagine two employees accessing the same sensitive files at midnight. One is a system admin responding to an incident. Another one is a staff who is about to resign. So you can see that by just looking at the actions, assessing sensitive files outside office hours, it can be suspicious, it may not be suspicious, depends on the context. So the actions is identical, but the risk is not. Context changes everything. Feature-based models, they are powerful, however, they are blind to structure. They see what happens, but not how entity relate. So this kind of limitation actually motivate a shift in thinking. For years, we've been talking about, can we build a better model? But we rarely ask, are we representing the problem correctly? Right? So that is where the motivation comes in. These limitations motivates the use of graph-based representation, which model relationships between users, devices, and actions explicitly. Insider threat data, they are inherently relational. Users, all of us, we do interact with devices, with files, with emails, with each others over time. And graphs provide a natural way to represent these interactions. So that's why I look at graph as a conceptual shift, where graph representations represent a conceptual shift rather than a minor algorithmic change. It encodes entities as nodes, and then we can represent their interaction in the form of edges, right? So typically, when you talk about graph space, you have nodes, and the connection between nodes is what we call edges. And this helps to preserve this relational and contextual information. In tabular data, relationships are implicit, but when we talk about graph, the relationships are explicit. So this, you can see that the difference is actually quite profound. So typically entities representing the nodes and the relationship we use H to represent. And the meaning of the graph depends entirely on how these edges are defined. Right? There are many ways that we can define relationship between two nodes. And this is another areas of study as well that we discover. So in security, they often relationship, talking about encoding trust, proximity, influence, all these matter more than just row counts or frequencies. And we also look into graph neural networks, which is extending deep learning to graph structured data. And these networks, they learn from both the node features as well as neighborhood structures. And it's based on this simple intuition. Your behavior is influenced
by your neighbor, right? Right? So GNN here formalize this idea computationally. And GNN has shown strong results in other areas as well. If we talk about malware analysis, you're talking about fraud detections, intrusion detections. A lot of the application also uses graph neural network. So the neural network research has grown a lot over the years. Interest in graph neural network has increased significantly in the past years. And you can see that the research activity has exploded recently. So the interest in GNN exploded since 2021 includes the various applications that I mentioned just now, malware detections, fraud and intrusion detections. And furthermore, a lot of work also reported that the detection performance has improved when they use graph neural network and graph-based structure to represent the data. Now, while there's a lot of work being done for graph-based research in intrusion detection, insider intrusion detection, insider threat detection, sorry, but there is a lot of assumption that was being made in the previous work. We felt that there's a gap that we want to investigate. Many of these graph-based insider threat studies, they implicitly assume that their chosen graph constructions accurately represent the organization's behavior with very limited formal justifications. So we observe there is a hidden assumption that the graph itself is already correct and they just feed it into the neural network. And furthermore, we notice that different studies uses different graph construction rules. It's up to us to define how the entity relate to each other. These are the rules that we are talking about. And every research comes up with their own version of this relationship. So with different ages, different assumptions, different conclusions, it's very hard to compare and to understand how this graph structure actually influence the detection performance. So we noticed that it was really examined systematically, and that's where I work closely with my students to look into this. Models evolve rapidly, but graph construction did not. And this motivates the research that I'm describing. The work here addresses the gap between rapid model innovations and the limited evaluations of foundational graph designs, choices in insider threat detection. So this is the gap that we observe. There's not much study about how the graph design actually influenced the performance. And research in graph-based insider threat detection has largely focused on developing innovative models rather than understanding the causations and correlations between graph constructions, strategy, edge relationship, and detections performance. The graph constructions choices directly affect the message passing, the representation learning. The edge definition should be treated as a first-class modeling decision. That's what we feel. Graph-based data set is considered because they can represent complex dependency between different entities. And we are also able to incorporate and preserve the relationship informations between each node. And this allows us to better represent and visualization of the data. So the reason why we're talking about needing to have a lot more relationship being preserved is because I'm going ahead of myself, but never mind, I'll just expand this. When I talk about malicious data,
is actually quite rare. It's not easy to get malicious data to train our models. So every single bit of information is very important, it matters. So I felt that if the relationship information is not being captured, isn't that a waste? That's why that's the reason why I go into graphs. Yeah, and besides that, the motivations is basically talking about if graph matters, then the way we construct the graph should matters too, isn't it? And like I said, insider data, insider track data is scarce, is very, very little. And because of that, a lot of the time we have normal data, but we don't have enough malicious data. So we need to study this effect as well. So we're asking two core questions in this research. How do different how do different edge informations affect detections, and how do data balancing strategy in graph research interact with graph design? So we want to see the correlations. Graph design with different data balancing strategy as well as the edge relationship itself. How does this affect the performance? So when it comes to constructing graphs, there are two types of graphs that we actually investigated, right? We call them homogeneous and heterogeneous graph. Homogeneous graph, all the entity nodes, or all the nodes are the same, right? So that's why it's called homogeneous. And the edge here is based on the shared attributes between those entities. So typically, we model users as the entity nodes, and the interaction of the users are modeled in terms of the edge. So they are simpler, they are more scalable. Well, this is an example. It's very hard to see. It's very small, I know. But basically, I just want to tell you that every single node here are representing users. Hence, we call it homogeneous. It's all the same. And the users here, whoever uses, example of the relationship that we can model would be like, if the users uses the same devices or interact with the same devices, we can use the edge, the lines, to connect them together. Okay? And how often they use the same devices represent the width of the edge. Or we can also represent the user hierarchy. Who is reporting to who? Supervisors to employee relationship can also be modeled using this kind of graph. But the issue with homogeneous graph is that it fails to capture multi-dimensional interactions. A lot of the interaction is not just user with user, sometimes user with devices, user with emails, and user with files, and so on, right? So these are missing. So the other types is what we call heterogeneous graph modeling. And we use the nodes to represent different entities, such as users. So some of these are, later we see the example, represent users, device, files, as well as actions. And these graphs, they models the interaction of all these entities in the form of the edge. So these, we felt that it's more realistic. Because a lot of the time, we are not just interacting with the same thing, we may interact with other kind of elements. But adding all these in will definitely make it much more complex, unfortunately. Right, so this is an example of a heterogeneous, different color shading, representing different kinds of entity nodes, right? So it can represent like users, devices, as well as actions or activities. And the relationship between these nodes can be intra-type or can be inter-type relationship.
right? So it can connect between the same type of knots as well as to other different type of knots. And we can see that it preserves richer relational dynamics, enabling the detections of patterns that will remain hidden in a homogeneous representation. However, it is computationally expensive to construct, to analyze all of these data in real time. So example of this kind of heterogeneous graph would be like domain-specific rules to capture relationship between activities like web browsing and file transfer. And this reveals the correlations such as file downloads followed by USB activities. These can indicate insider threats. Okay? People stealing data, keeping into the USB drive. So that kind of interaction is able to be captured using this kind of graph. Now looking at the edge relationship as a modeling assumption, we're going to use edge here to represent the model assumptions, where each edge type encodes a different behavioral assumption. So talking about if users sharing devices, this can be captured. Even integrate organization hierarchy inside the graphs. Communications, email communications, who is talking to who, can also be captured. And temporal sequence, the sequence of the activities. So each of these relationships, they encode specific hypotheses about how insider risk actually propagates through an organization. And to test this out, again, our focus is not to come up with a new model, but is to investigate the edge relationship factors as well as the data balancing factors. So we use a baseline model called REST Hype Net. This is not our own model. This has been published by somebody else, and is commonly used for benchmarking or for comparing with other people's work. So we select this as the baseline because the adoption in prior studies and the open source nature of it allow us to tap into it to provide a stable comparison framework. And a lot of other works, like I said, has adopted this into their benchmark, and using this, we want to come up with fair comparisons as well as reproducibility. And we further enhance this model and call it Enhanced REST Hype Net. And this extends the baseline model with improved embedding, positional informations, and it also has improved feature representations and structure awareness in hope that we can make this particular model more robust, not just in terms of accuracy, but robustness. And this is the pipeline of the enhanced REST Hype Net. We have the feature augmentation. This is done through the embedding techniques, looking at the not-to-var embedding, the Laplacian, eigenvectors, positional encodings. This is added in order to enhance the knot representations as well as capturing the valuable structural content. The detections component employs a different graph neural network architecture, different backbones using GCNs, GAT and SAGE as the backbone for comparison purposes. So this is valid for homogeneous graph. If we want to look into heterogeneous graph, modification has to be done on this model, and we call it REST Hype Net. And this adapts the framework of the heterogeneous graph using the type-aware learning mechanisms. So we adapt a variant called this REST Hype Net, and with that is now able to support multiple nodes an edge type, such as user devices and emails. And the type-aware learning across entity through this transformer that we use, we call it heterogeneous graph transformer, HGT, and this is able to model complex multimodal relationships in the real world inside the threat detections. And we believe this is able to better reflect the enterprise reality, right? We are not talking about, like I said, single type of entities. A lot of time we are dealing with multi-dimensional entities. So the pipelines of this heterogeneous graph support is here, where we employed different backbones of the architectural GCN plus the HGT that we mentioned just now, or with GAT as well as SECH. Now the data set that we use for this testing, okay, is called CERT. CERT Insider Threat Data Set. It's a realistic, multimodal, but the issue with this that I mentioned is extremely imbalanced. There's a good and bad point. The good point is that it represents the real world scenarios. In the real world scenarios, you will tend to have a lot of legitimate data and very, very little malicious data. Okay, so, but then the bad thing is that without sufficient malicious data, it's a bit hard to get a model that can detect it more accurately. So the data set here, it contains the following logs category. It contains the user log of activities, the device connection logs, the file interaction records, as well as the email communication logs. It also has the web browsing histories, and there are a few versions of this. You have the version 4.2, version 5.2, and version 6.2. So we're using version 4.2 for training the model, and 5.2 for cross-validation. There are a few scenarios captured inside this data set. The first scenario is that a previously compliant user begin working after hours using removable device and upload sensitive files to wikileaks.org before resigning. That's the first scenario. The second scenario inside this dataset is a user begins job hunting and subsequently uses a thumb drive more frequently to extract data before leaving it for a competitor. Another scenario captured in this dataset is a disgruntled system admin install a keylogger, transfer it via USB, impersonate a supervisor using captured credential, and cause disruptions through mass email. So these three scenarios is captured within the first version of the dataset, 4.2. 5.2 included a new scenario where a user access another employee's machines, search for sensitive files, and repeatedly emails them to a personal address over a period of 3 months, escalating in frequency. And the newest version, the newest dataset has another scenario where employee affected by organizational layoff upload internal documents to Dropbox with the intent of using them for personal advantage. So this data set, like I said, is very imbalanced. It has a core challenge. Do you know how many percentage of malicious data that we have inside this data set? For the first one, the 4.2, we only have 0.022%. The second version, 5.2, only has 0.013%. and the newest version only have 0.00001%. Right, so you can see that it's very, very small. That's why this shows the rareness of the insider trade data that we have at our disposal. So due to extremely imbalanced data, the traditional accuracy metrics that commonly we use in any detection, they are insufficient. Evaluation must also look into recall as well as the robustness of the insider trade event. So we begin to study the different sampling strategy. If the data is imbalanced, what can we do about it? Right? So we have the no balancing approach for control. Then we also look into undersampling. So we use undersampling of the majority class in a way to reduce those legitimate cases, and that brings the ratio to a higher value. And the third strategy that we look at is oversampling. Oversampling the minority classes so that we also can bring up the ratio percentage as well. So I'm going to share about what we observe from this research. So we systematically evaluated different age types, talking about data sharing, hierarchical information, email, sequential behavior, and we find that each encodes a different assumptions about risk, and it's a hypothesis about how behavior actually propagates. So the result indicate that different GNM backbones benefit from different age relationship. So as we try different GNM backbones, there's no age relationship, a single age relationship that is, that shows peak performance for all different type of models. So it means that as you use different models, you need to also consider which age relationship is able to complement better with the model itself, right? It's no longer just choose one specific age relationship and assume that it will work well for any kinds of graph neural network. So graph constructions must match with the modeling assumptions. And we find there's no universal best age type. The different models benefit from different relationships. Besides that, we also observe, in terms of the graph structure, the change in the graph constructions can lead to performance variation, similar in magnitude to the change of underlying GNN architecture. So we noticed that the graph-based data set deep learning is facing the challenges in consolidating and mapping data from various sources into a unified heterogeneous graph representation. And a lot of time, we still need manual interventions using domain knowledge application to perform graph construction. This is especially true affecting heterogeneous graph. And the graph structures can change the result as much as the model architecture. And this is something that we observe has been overlooked by a lot of other people's work. And in heterogeneous graphs, a lot of the tools itself is still immature, hasn't reached the maturity. Hence, heterogeneous graph research is still very lacking. And even at this stage, when we're working on heterogeneous graph, right, there's very limited tool support for us to continue to properly adapt the heterogeneous graph into real-time kind of applications. So we noticed that performance degradation is observed in heterogeneous graph is because of data scarcity, as well as data scarcity, not so much on the architectural weakness. So due to extremely data imbalance,
the heterogeneous graph actually struggle. And we find that this is the reflection that we captured in this investigation. Now, going into the then and now in the insider threat detections. So we observe that the field is now transitioning from feature-centric approaches towards something called representation-centric evaluation. And we are considering the relational structures. Okay. So we feel that this is a healthy evolution, and we also find that it's important that we study the foundation, not just proposing new models, and looking into how graph construction actually affects the model itself. So the implications here, we look at graph design is also part of any security decisions. The operational deployment should align graph construction decision with your organization structures with threat modeling assumption. Meaning that different organizations has different structure, different environment. Hence, when you want to create graph, use graph approach to detect things like insider threat, you need to align the graph design with your organizations as well. And that leads to open research challenges, where significant challenges remain in making graphs-based insider threat scalable, interpretable, and robust. We also find that tools and sampling data set has not caught up yet, and there's still a lot of area to work on. So this is an open research frontier. We'll be seeing streaming graphs, explainable GNNs, integration with large language model coming in nowadays. But fundamental-wise, the foundation is still very important. Graph is not just a silver bullet. We need to have we believe there is a right abstractions for this problem. So the future work looks into combining graph learning with language-based model and also analyst feedback in hope to improve interpretability and adaptability. So the key takeaway is that I hope this sharing is able to give you an idea about why does graph-based matter. And the talk here actually emphasizes on the effectiveness of insider threat detections, which requires careful consideration of representation and relational components and assumptions. So basically, graph helps us to see what flat data hides. And we also observe how we build the graph matters. So I would like to acknowledge the support from collaborative research efforts, institutional infrastructures, my postgraduate students, Mr. John Chung, other collaborators, and funding support that makes this research possible. Without them, this work will not exist. And with that, before that, I want to conclude with detection is no longer about events, it's about relationships. And that's all for my presentations. Any questions? Thank you. If there's no questions, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for such an enlightening session, sir. We found it really informative. Participants are kindly requested to proceed to their presentations, which will be held in Seminar Hall 2, Seminar Hall 3, Kambararangam, and the AV Hall. Refreshments are now available near the break zone. We invite everyone to relish them. The next keynote session will begin promptly at 11:40 a.m. Thank you.
I repeat, participants are kindly requested to proceed to their presentations, which will be held in Seminar Hall 2, Seminar Hall 3, Kambar Arangam and the AV Hall. Refreshments are now available near the break zone. We invite everyone to relish them. The next keynote session will begin promptly at 11:40 a.m. Thank you.
ஹலோ ஹலோ எக்கோ வரும்போது கொஞ்சம்
when intelligence meets automation, software engineering becomes not just faster but smarter. With this thought, we extend a warm welcome to everyone attending this International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies 2026, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science of Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College in collaboration with Malaysia. True leaders inspire innovation by thinking beyond boundaries and leading with purpose. It is now my pleasure to request Dr. V. Shobna, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science with Cybersecurity, to introduce our esteemed Chief Guest, Mr. Ranjit Kumar N., Group Project Manager, Infosys Technologies, Chennai, to gathering.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all. It's given me immense pleasure in welcoming Mr. Ranjit Kumar from Infosys, and I'm very honored to introduce on behalf of you. In an era where technology, strategy, and execution must move in perfect alignment, our next guest exemplifies what it means to lead transformation at scale. It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Ranjit Kumar Nachimuthu, a seasoned technology and business leader with over 25 years of experience in driving large-scale program excellence and organizational transformation. He holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication engineering, a master's in software systems from BITS Bilani, and an MBA from Coventry University, London. Currently serving as a group project manager at Infosys, Mr. Ranjit is based in Chennai, where he leads complex multidisciplinary initiatives, encompasses strategic planning, delivery governance, and cross-functional stakeholder engagement. He is widely recognized for his structured leadership approach and his ability to align business strategy with execution rigor, consistently enabling teams to deliver sustained and measurable outcomes. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Ranjit Kumar Nachimuthu. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The future of technology is written by those who dare to reimagine it. We are honored to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Ranjit Kumar N., to deliver his keynote address on the topic, the AI Advantage, Turbocharging Software Engineering.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Okay. If you don't speak, I assume you're listening. Okay. So we'll keep the question and answer session to the last. So we will cover what I'm experiencing in the industry. I'm not a research guy, so I can't talk about research, but we have worked on some of the AI next-gen technology and implementation paper, which we will briefly cover during our discussion. Okay. The idea behind my discussion and why I'm standing in front of you is to clear a lot of air that's going on in your mind. There is always a presumption that AI is going to take over human, right? Let's keep that thought for a moment. While you go over things, you will get a better clarity, okay? So I've been in this industry for 25 years. This is the first time I'm facing students like you, right? I've been facing clients. We have been discussing solutions, but this is the first time I'm meeting such a huge, enthusiastic, energetic students. Hopefully, I will make you interested. Okay. If you see, software has seen changes. So we started with mainframe, then came personal computing, then came cloud, then came mobile first, then came data analytics. So it's been a transition quite a while. So again, AI is changing. What you're going to see today is not a script which I'm going to tell you. It's going to be a flow of discussions where you can see what is changing in the software, right? And software is changing again, and it is for a gain. It is not for getting out of any existing software. It's going to gain, it's going to add advantage to whatever you're currently doing. We will see about it. Then you can see some of the examples of how software or how AI is going to influence software. I'm going to take 2 case examples. We will take about an existing system and how AI is going to help, assist, and amplify your work. The second example we will talk about how you would go about developing a new idea into a product using AI. Then you students should be embracing this change, not criticizing it. So we will talk about how Infosys as a company is embracing the change, because unless tech companies embrace the change, when you come into the technology, you will not be able to see what's changing. So we'll quickly cover what Infosys as a company is doing, then how you basically adapt yourself into the new world, right? So with that, let's go in. You might be wondering, being a software guy, why I talk about cricket. I think all of you are enthusiastic about cricket. So there is a story behind it. So let's look at it. Any precursor thoughts from your side? Okay. So cricket has changed from being traditional test crickets, a boring white-colored game with a brown-colored ball. It transitioned to one-day internationals, where more enthusiasm created within, and the players had to transition from test crickets. Instead of delivering 300 runs in 5 days or 600 runs in 5 days, they need to deliver in a single day. Then came T20 and IPL, where there was no time. People need to deliver in 3 hours. See, the whole dynamics has changed, but you can see players have adopted from test cricket to one-day internationals to T20s, which is very short-lived spike. Okay, this diagram which I am showing can create a lot of doubts. It's far-fetched, meaning it is not real. Why? Because this is an AI-generated image. Where is reality and what is AI telling you? AI is not telling you the right story in all places. Okay? A message I want to tell you, AI can predict the next. If you tell what is already there, it is a world of library, it can predict the next. If you ask it to think multiple times, it will start hallucinating. And this is not even a hallucinated image. This is an image that's come first when I asked it to produce a transition of cricket from test to IPL or T20. Guys, hope all of you are listening. Okay? So here you can see the anomalies, right? We can see both teams, Australian team and Indian team, carrying the bat. And the ball size is bigger than the bat. Right? And all 3 people will not be on the ground with the bat at the same time. The next diagram. The batsman and the runner facing the same side. Guys, this is real. This is not cooked up. Okay? The third image, you can see Virat Kohli in Chennai Super Kings. That's never been a time where Virat Kohli was in Chennai Super Kings. And at the back, you can see a Pakistani jersey, which is light green. Have we got any Pakistan guys playing T20? Nothing political about it, but what I'm trying to tell you is AI can mix up. AI cannot give you the right results that you want. As far as you train, as far as you make it perfect, it can be your agent. Okay? Let's move on. Cricket has changed, and we all have embraced it. There is a lot of enthusiasm. People are not interested to wait for 5 days to know the result of a match. We need it in 3 days. So what happens? Similarly, customers want things very fast. And human brain earlier was pre-programmed. We had traditional systems which are programmed, which are rule-based, which can only work based on your SQL query or your programming logic. Then came the neural nets, where we were training them on weights, bias, mathematicians creating models which can generate, predict output, which is not a rule-based engine based on your weights, based on your equations, based on the number of parameters that you use to train it. It's going to give you the output. When we come to the Gen AI and AI, the game is completely elevated. Okay, you might be thinking why this guy is sometimes saying AI will be bad, or sometimes AI will be good. AI is fantastic in certain jobs, but not that good till now in some of the fields. Here, if you see, I've correlated that with the timelines of software releases. Traditional systems were tough to program, and the ecosystem was too friendly for us to do frequent releases. The expectations of customers were not getting met. Neural nets, they were more for data scientists, data engineers, high-tech programmers who used to know and train. And we need to have humongous data.
Start making moves with Hostinger Sale, which is 129 rupees a month. Put AI to work and launch your website.
Hello, I'm Kunal Saluja, and with me in the comm box is Mr. Arnold.
Previous season, Chennai Kings ended up on a winning note in that encounter in finals of CCL 2026. Started off with a full toss and a brilliant effort at covers. Again struck hard. This time, fielder is trying to cut it off, and he has done, says it all. The match has just started. This time down the leg side.
From the very first ball.
And welcome.
Vikrant is in no mood for jokes. He is there for some serious cricket.
This time on the leg side. Same result.
Well, Vikrant is in great form, crisp timing, the race is away.
One thing which is very good about this time in the air, straight down the long on.
Well, Vikrant here is sending a message.
Karthik Jairam with his second over, and the
Vikrant is in no mood.
Advanced a bit down the ground, and this time the delivery was on the offside.
We don't need programmers to code. We don't need programmers to convert a thought into a prototyped working software. But will a vibe-coded product get into a production software? There are still doubts. There are still researches going on till experimentation is happening. But it is real. Okay. This is an interesting slide where all of you should think, is AI going to take over? Is completely traditional systems going to go off? No. We will have different use cases which would fit in the traditional systems. Traditional systems will exist for certain use cases. And whatever you're learning in college, be it programming, be it writing queries, or trying to train a large language model, or whatever you do is completely relevant. But the scale in which these software systems are going to get built, the agentic systems, the autonomous systems, would require less human capital. No doubt, the human capital required to build these systems are less, but I would like to quote you an example, right? When I completed college, you would have heard about a company called BPL. BPL launched mobile services. Incoming cost, anybody can tell me? 16 rupees, exactly sir, you're right. Incoming was 16 rupees and none of you guys would be aware of it. 16 to 8 rupees. Sorry? 1995. 1995, it's not very far. 1995, 1996, that was the amount that was charged for an incoming call, leave alone you dialing somebody, okay? So there has been a drastic change in or revolution in the telecom sector. Now we don't pay anything, either data, we pay for data, we don't pay for the calls. So what I'm trying to say is, AI is going to disrupt every industry. A doctor sitting in a clinic might be afraid that their reporting is going to be taken over by AI. But that's not the case. With the population that we have, with the scan centers that are available, there is wait list. People are not able to get quality services on time. That essentially means the humanity will get completely disrupted when AI gets introduced, and software engineers will have more jobs because it's going to get into every field more than it's currently in. Okay? So, okay, this point is very interesting. When I completed college, people used to tell me, you learn Java, you learn CGI, you learn Perl. My first project was in Perl. CGI, writing Linux programs. Then they said Java is the next language. I went to a coaching class to learn Java. But finally I landed up in a job with Java background. But right now, programming is all automated. Because like I said, computers are able to predict the next. Mathematics, computer science are the first fields where AI is disrupting. It can solve equations. It can write you code. So code is the first way where AI is trying to intrude because it can predict things. Okay? But then English is the new programming language. You know what to ask. It's going to give you tons of code. But do you know if it is the right code? It depends based on the programmer. Okay. You guys might, this is to make some of you awake. Some of you might be still sleeping, or just to make you awake. A teaser. Anybody knows these two people? Okay. The first guy, yeah, what did he do? He built a company which was delivering graphical chips to $4 trillion, which is the size of Indian economy. The Indian economy right now is pegged at $4 trillion, and he built a company with chips. And after the AI came into picture, this company completely got revolutionized because everybody wanted NVIDIA chips. Okay, the second guy is Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI. Why these two guys alone? I wanted to say AI is run by a 5-layered architecture: energy, chips, models, and then application programs. So the first application program which revolutionized made everybody think the next breaking software or the Google killer is going to be OpenAI. Okay, so these two guys are the key. There are many people working on OpenAI, just OpenAI and LLMs and AI. Just wanted to highlight these two guys. The next one is a framework. I got inspired by a guy called Martin Keane. What he's trying to do is, it's like an A for apple, right? So we all know periodic table. Periodic table groups elements by columns and rows. The grouping is done based on their nature. So here, if you take, these are all reactive elements, right? You do a prompt, you do a function call, you do an agent to call something. These are all reactive. Then you have retrieval, which is embedding, vector databases, fine-tuning. Then you have the orchestration framework, which will make these things work, right? Then you have guardrails, which will help you to validate whatever you've programmed or whether you are restricting the data within your premises, right? So this is just to give you a way of representing the AI stack, because we get confused, we get also hallucinated by the terms that we use. So this is one thing which I found interesting. I thought I should share it with you. Hence, and I've also marked this in 2 different colors to know where students can focus on and where practitioners can focus on. Okay, see the change happening. This is where I'm going to tell you a paper that we presented in 2024. It's a 2-year-old paper, but still very much relevant. Okay, before that, I wanted to show you this. If you've heard Kamal Hassan's film, Kelvi Kekar easy mama, Badal solra romba kashtam. Is that the case now? Kelvi Kekar dhan kashtam. And it gives you tons of answers and you need to validate the answer. So human mind is shifting from asking questions to ask the right question and validate if it's the right answer, right? Okay. Okay, before I get into real-time examples, I wanted to cover how AI is expanding its reach into software development. Because I'm a software guy, I've seen Lenskart like companies saying we are AI driven. I don't know what Lenskart is going to do with AI. Maybe there is a use case which I'm not aware, but I can talk about what's happening in AI, with AI in software. So right now, AI is part of your IDEs, your development tools that you use, VS Code. You have AI. It's a coding partner sitting along with you. When we did Agile, we used to talk about extreme programming. When we talk about extreme programming, 2 guys would be sitting and writing the same code. Okay, you may not be aware. So we were introduced to a concept called pair programming, where 2 people would write the same code. One guy would code, another guy will watch to know whether the guy who's writing is writing the right code, right? So it's like a true coding partner now. AI is sitting with you. It's a pair programming that's happening along with AI, right? And people have named it right, co-pilot, right? It can never be a pilot, it's a co-pilot. So if you look at things that are happening in the industry, you would come to know why people name it like that and what's the significance of it. So you might be knowing why there are so many tools that are there. You have GitHub Copilot, you have ChatGPT, the latest is Devin. I first it was like a devil, right? Then it is a Devin. So dev inside your IDE. So those are 2 true coding partners. Then we move to agentic development, where you have an AI as an agent. So it's nothing complex. Whatever you can delegate, whatever you can give it to an assistant can be done by your agent. Okay? And it uses lot of memory and instructions or library of information that it has using LLM and other concepts. The autonomous agentic AI, right? AI agent and agentic AI are two different things. Don't confuse. AI agents are your helpers. Autonomous agents are like the Iron Man in the suit doing autonomous stuff without instructions. They don't take instructions, but the autonomous AI that we're going to talk about will have human in the loop. We cannot make it work independently, which will create a lot of outages. So these three different sects of coding is something, or the usage of AI is something that you all have to be aware of. Okay? Okay. This is the paper which we submitted 2 years back, which basically talks about how do you enrich your enterprise data and feed that in to LLMs to produce the output that you want. Okay? So here another analogy which I have, right, which I wanted to tell. நீங்க கரும்பு ஜூஸ் கடைக்கு போறீங்க, கரும்பு ஜூஸ் வேணும்னு கேக்குறீங்க, இல்ல கரும்பு ஜூஸ் ஆல்ரெடி இருக்கு, right? A thing that is already being trained on is your LLM. But if you want to have a sugarcane juice which is customized to you, which needs to impart or take the knowledge from you, then you need something called RAG, right? Retrieval augmented generation, which means you're going to impart what you want, feed that along. It's like your lemon juice and your ginger pushed along with your sugarcane juice, where you get a flavored one which you want, which is what will the RAG do. So the first flow is the indexing flow. Here what we do, we take the source code, we create a graph. You remember Kelvin was talking about a graph which can derive intelligence. So this is similar to that. So you take a repository. So an object-oriented programming has classes, methods, variables. So along with that, we feed that data into LLM. So it tries to summarize the data and try to store it into a graph DB. Okay. Then we have a React agent. So this React agent has nothing to do with your React UI, right? This is React agent which talks about reasoning and acting. It can think, it can observe, and it can act. Okay? So A is your enterprise data, B is the React model, right? C is the user who is going to request for an information or a code, right? Let's assume you have an existing code base, you want to do a fix, bug fix. So you're going to prompt the model and it's going to talk to the RAG model and then figure out what is the fix. So what we observed is that it was so intuitive, it was able to find related codes and automatically fix it. Okay, why I'm telling this was 2 years back. Now the indexing piece is already being done by IDEs like Cursor or Copilot, GitHub Copilot. But before they came into existence, this was a concept we were trying to present during our Engineering Next event in Infosys. So we were the runner-up for this concept and idea, but right now this is already being implemented and being distributed as a inbuilt software by IDEs like Cursor, etc. The next is greenfield development. This is what is more interesting because if you have an idea, if you have a thought, you can directly convert it into a workable software. How? Okay, even if you don't have an idea, you can create an idea. How? You have to have a license for Copilot, Microsoft 360 Copilot. It has a researcher agent. You give an area of complexity, it tries to research multiple places and tries to give you A requirement. Requirements is generated by your agents, a reasoning agent or a researcher agent from Copilot. You can use Perplexity if you want to do deep research. You can even use Cursor or OpenAI, ChatGPT, anything. But why these many models, right? I can tell you another analogy, right? I'm used to giving these analogies every time. It's like your electricity, right? You get power either from the main board, or you can charge it from a solar power, or you can charge it from any other source that you want. So these models are similar to that. Why you want a solar versus an electricity coming from the main board? It's based on the price, based on the reliability, availability, etc. So these noises or these products and tools are going to be coming. So you should just try to put a boundary and say, this is the capability of this, and move on, right? So next comes the proof of value. Now nobody says you show me the code. Everybody says you tell me the story. So once you have a requirement, the story can be told by vibe coding. So vibe coding can immediately generate, if you have a requirement of a shopping cart documented as a Word document, you can quickly convert it into a workable or demoable product to your customers. So once you do the proof of value, what happens is you go deliberate with the client, right? This is what you want as a requirement, what changes you want, what are the additional things you want on top of it. You again go iterate with the client. These iterations are not months or weeks. These iterations are hourly iterations, right? So once you iterate again you feed in, it's going to give you a different view. Okay, then comes agents. Agents are there, like I said, traditional code will have to be written for rule-based programs and rule-based workflows, but if you need automation of that, whichever you can delegate to an agent, you will create agents. So this is not future, this is happening. We have a client for whom our deliverables are agents. We create agents, right? We create agents. So this is already happening. The third piece is the autonomous piece, where, okay, let me give you, if there is a defect or if there is a log, error message in the log, if the system already identifies it as a problem, it will start automatically creating a fix for it. It will traverse through the code base, it will find the defect, it will find where the defect is, it will fix it, it will give the code to the engineer to review. So after the engineer reviews and finds suitable, he can merge it. I think these terms might be familiar with you. So merging is putting into the main product code base. So after that, it keeps running the test cases and everything gets passed. Again, you can release it, right? So the cycle time is going to be much less, okay? So these words are buzzwords, but when you sit down, think through, you can create the analogies, which I am telling into your own languages, or how your mind works, right? Human is still more powerful than AI. We have many tools who help us to do this, but if you understand the concept, you can pick and choose what works for you. Okay, embracing the change. You can think Infosys will already be doing this, so everybody is doing AI programming. No, that's not the case. We have built a platform called Topaz Fabric. It is all in the internet. You can go and search about it. Topaz is our AI platform, on top of which we build a lot of agentic programs. We partner with the hardware guys and the software guys, NVIDIA for the chips, and Cursor, and Devin. Devin is the recent inclusion into our software stack, which for the autonomous. So Devin, for you to understand, it's the first AI first autonomous software agent. Okay, so Devin is going to get sitting inside you. I don't know what it will do, but the initial impressions are very positive. Okay? And I think I showed you this slide. So here we have this person, right? I'm saying Devika Agentic AI, right? So India is not far behind. People have thought about it. People have already started creating India-centric autonomous AI agents, okay? So forgot to tell about it, so went back. Okay, so there are two parts to the overall AI story from the software angle. One is making the software process itself is easier, right? How do you test autonomously? How do you find bugs autonomously? How do you fix issues autonomously? That's more of the engineering problem. Engineering problem in the sense, the software development itself is an engineering cycle. So how do we make that more efficient? So those are all productivity tools that we are all investing on and seeing how we can make things faster. The next is the agentic AI problem, where we have domain problems to solve. Right? It could be in the healthcare, it could be in the retail, it could be in any segment. Okay? So domain-specific problems and AI-based agents that we need to solve, right? So there are investment being done on that. Finally, like I said, not all our people are AI enabled. All our people are AI enabled, but they are not up to the mark to deliver software using AI, using large language models. So there is a large-scale training going on, but these trainings are not too complex or too difficult. It is accessible to each and every one of you, right? If you take the proprietary models like GPT or Cursor, they are not accessible to you because they are proprietary. But if you look at Llama ecosystem or the DeepSeek ecosystem, you can do things yourself. You don't have to wait. You can improvise it and start building yourself. Okay? Okay, so right now the AI agent programs are all dominated by Python and SQL. So I've just tried to give you a view of how you can start, where you can start. Many of you would have already started, but Python, TypeScript is the Python world. So recently, there is a Spring.ai framework, similar to your struts, or similar to your Spring MVC or Spring Bootstrap. You have Spring AI, which can interact with a lot of models, generate output, etc. Okay? So then your whatever your courses are offering on machine learning, large language models you should know what is the context window, what is the token size, when it will start hallucinating, when you have to reset it, right? Okay, this piece I just thought about it. If you've seen the film Mission Impossible, right? All these guys will go do a mission and somebody will put a flashlight. Once the flashlight is put, the guys who were part of that mission will forget everything, right? They will not even remember what they did. So your models are similar to that. Every day morning, they wake up fresh. They don't remember what happened earlier, right? So you need to keep feeding in the information, and the AI becomes powerful based on what you feed into it, right? You may be thinking that you are feeding in a prompt. The next prompt takes the next prompt and the previous answers to it, right? So that's the token size. When the token size keeps increasing, it starts hallucinating because it doesn't have the memory of its own. Okay? Is this interesting, guys? Maybe I think some of you will have to start experimenting it, right? I can tell if you drink hot water, it will be good. But until you drink it, you will not know, right? So take an example use case, try to implement it, let it fail, no problem. Try to do one or two use cases, you will understand the whole madness behind this. Okay, so I would not suggest you to directly jump into agentic AI because Andrei Karpathy, who is one of the tech leads, or he's the leading research guy from OpenAI, is saying this will be a decade of agents. Agentic AI will come, definitely it is there, but we have to see, it's basically the autonomy, right? How much autonomy you want to keep and how much autonomy you want to give it to the software. It's basically like the control and freedom all of us have, right? If all of us are going to go to a Halloween function, then we can do whatever we want. But that's not the reality, right? So when you have to give autonomy, when you have to keep it with you, when you have to give it to the AI, it's completely your discretion. Okay? Okay, we spoke about the path to building agents, but more than that, what I would emphasize is, this is where AI is unable to do things by itself, meaning critical thinking, creating empathy, and understanding human behavior. How will a human react to certain things, right? You can relate that to our Indian movie and see how it couldn't understand the empathy of people. It was completely taking a decision by itself, right? So when you solve problems, these are your important things. Collaboration is very important. You're going to sit with a guy who doesn't know computer programming. Maybe he knows Vibe. He could generate a prototype that will work. But if you want to have an end-to-end software that will work end-to-end, you should have multiple sittings. So you have to communicate. You have to collaborate. You have to critically think. You cannot take whatever a customer says is right, wrong. You have to think and then decide. Guys, interesting so far? Okay? Hopefully I'm adding value to your half an hour, 1 hour. Don't think it's a waste of time. I'm just talking about my own experience, so bear with me. I cannot talk like a researcher. I'm used to talking to clients, so bear with me. Okay, so everybody thinks that China, US are the hotspots for AI. I want to underline many things here. This year's budget, the government has put 40,000 crores for AI and tech, right? Typically, software, we have private equity firms, we have private companies doing these investments, but this time, or even previously, we have government doing this investment, right? Because we are the so-called brainy people, to give an instruction, right? When we go search for people, the most available talent would be in India, right? And given the equations of cost, I think India plays a significant edge against other countries. So the investment that country is making is really relevant, right? The biggest problems of developing software using AI, because the infrastructure cost is very high. If you want to get GPUs, if you have to have a big farm of GPUs, it's going to be very expensive. But if you see the India AI portal, we have, officially it is 18,000 GPUs made available for research, and the charge is like 65 rupees per hour, right? Less than $1. I think the big techies are again fighting for these kind of GPUs only to do their own research. So these GPUs are available, and students can also get free credits if you're going to develop any model, trying to do any testing on the data set that we have. When we talk about data set, yes, data set is also available. So two problems that Indian government is trying to solve is to give you GPUs, also give you data, right? The use cases and the application that you may have to build on top of it is something open to you, which you can do by your own self. My suggestion would be to explore open source large language models or open source tools in the Llama ecosystem, which can be proprietary and sovereign. Okay, sovereign meaning it can be within India, right? You can patent it, you can sell it, you can create your own AI company, right? Even if one person creates a company and gets motivated, I am happy. Okay, not going to ask for profit sharing. Okay, so this is the ecosystem India is trying to build, right? So don't think it's all meant only for US and China-based companies. India is leaps and bounds trying to invest in this space, and this is all with the intention that public will get benefited. This is nothing to do with any profit making, but how do we make our citizens' life easier and how we can make ourselves better. Okay? Okay. Be the change. Being the change is with you, including me. How we can change? So these are all traditional software skills you can see, like software engineer, back-end engineer, web developer, DevOps engineer. Those will exist, but you have to piggyback on the traditional skills with the new skills that are there. You should be an AI engineer. It's a cross-stack developer. This is not something I have made up. This is from a research institute called DROP. So DROP has given the transition from traditional software engineering is going to move to, if you guys want, you can take a photograph of it, just for your reference. And then it is going to transition to all Gen AI-based roles, right? So just want to give you a glimpse of it because you have to be the change. There's nobody going to come and sit beside you and ask you to tell what to be done. You have to be the change, and you are the own change ambassador. This college has a lot of faculties who can guide you, help you, get whatever resources possible. But if you keep sitting on it, nobody can help. Okay? So assume this is what is the future tech stack and requirements people are looking at. When I talked about a change and embracing the change, I talked about Infosys doing a lot of things in embracing this change. In the recent past, or a couple of months, Infosys has told that for AI engineers who are well skilled, well knowledgeable, for a fresh graduates, 21 lakhs per annum is the salary. Okay? I didn't want to put it on the slide because policies can change any time. Okay, but this is publicly available. Go and search ET. So generally, 4 lakhs per annum was the CTC. For specialist engineers, it was 10 lakhs. Now it's stretched to 16 or 21 lakhs, right? So guys, don't quote me outside, but this is the reality, right? And another thing which I wanted to share, right? We had services companies doing mass recruitment, training, deployment. If you see now, you have all the GCCs come to India. If you talk about, we work for certain financial clients, and they have their own development centers here. Right? So I'm not suggesting you to ditch Infosys and go to a product company, but they started setting up shops here. Right? I can tell a lot of examples and give names, but I'm bound to an NDA. So a lot of ISVs are setting up shops here, and we partner with them to deliver software. So the opportunities are enormous, guys. So that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, conclusion. AI is going to help you deliver software faster with higher quality, and smaller teams are going to deliver larger value. So you have to decide whether you will be part of the smaller team. So build capabilities. You should be able to stand up and discuss with clients. It might be right, wrong, that doesn't matter. The new normal, you cannot have AI run its own shop. You would definitely have human intervention and the guardrails, so-called guardrails that we need to put, right? Okay, this is something interesting I wanted to show you. Yes, jobs are going to go away. 92 million jobs are going to be predicted to get displaced, but the silver line is 172 million new jobs are going to get created, which is double the number of jobs that are going to go away, right? Typical call center jobs, or it could be a traditional software engineer's job, or it could be a coordinator's role. These are all going to get displaced easily by AI agents. But there is tremendous opportunity. Like I told about the BPL example, the cost is going to come down drastically, and it is going to be exponential productivity that might happen. Okay, I want to quote Elon Musk. Many of you might be knowing him. He says, future job would be an option. Okay, there are two meanings that you can derive from it. You will be having everything and working can be an option. Or you can say, you have an option to work or not. You can do your things creatively. So you might have everything available. Job is not going to be that important, right? When you have all resources, then you may not be running after a job, you might be running after your passion, which is good for the humanity, but we'll have to wait to validate a lot of things that people say. Okay? And the next one is, we are just starting, right? We are the first over of the T20, and we have the next 40 overs to cover. Okay, 40, 20 plus 20, right? Batsmen and bowlers both have to play. So we are just in the initial start. So like I said, start preparing, start warming up. The next batsman or bowler could be you. Okay, the next is the one that I've been insisting multiple times. Human alone cannot, or AI alone cannot deliver everything. You would need the human in the loop, and that's very, very important. Okay, this is something I wanted to end with cricket. You can see Sachin. Sachin has been an old timer like me in the industry, who's been playing all formats of cricket. He's been playing Test, he's been playing one-day internationals, T20s. His average or the strike rate, if you see, has been highest in IPL, which is a T20 format. So he's adapted. So people like me, or already people who have a job, they can perform much better using an AI platform or AI product or tool. AI is just a tool, guys. Don't imagine it to be something very out of the world. And next guy, Abhishek Sharma. He's never played Test. He's never played one day. Yeah, right? He's only played IPLs and T20s. See his strike rate. Right? So new generations like you have an opportunity to leapfrog. Leapfrog what's currently happening or whatever's currently there. So this is just a change in mindset. Opportunities are there. Just keep running. Okay? The future is more exciting. Okay? Just I wanted to leave this with a teaser. The power of the chips, the power of the hardware is drastically improving. It is expensive. Already people are doing a lot of research in quantum. Okay? So AI and quantum can definitely solve a lot of problems that are more scientific or science nature. Right? I was talking about programs, and I was talking about mathematics, which are more predictable. A lot of unpredictable stuff like drug discovery. Just an analogy, right? If you have a disease, you get the tablets which are pre-medicated or pre-manufactured, right? So when this kind of a revolution happens, they can diagnose a specific disease and a specific medicine and give it to you right. So this is one such example. There is a lot of other sustainability projects and other things that are going on, which would definitely get benefited. Okay? So this is just a teaser. Don't think we are done yet. There's more coming. Right? If you catch the train, you will go to the station. Right? If you watch for the next train to come, you might be waiting. Okay? Okay. Next time when we have a conference like this, fantastic. I don't know whether we will have a robot delivering the speech. Okay? With that, thank you so much for listening to me. I hope, thank you. I hope I delivered what I'm supposed to deliver, right? I'm around, I'm reachable. Any doubts, any questions, clarifications, you can route it through Shobana madam. And if I'm not the expert, we can get somebody who can clarify your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a thought-provoking session, sir. It was really insightful. Gratitude is the fairest. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which brings from the soul. To bring this enlightening session to a close, I now invite Dr. S. Uma, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, on the behalf of the session organizers, I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker for this session, Mr. N.G.P, Group Manager at Infosys Technologies, Chennai. Sir, thank you for delivering such an engaging and insightful address on the AI advantage, turbocharging software engineering. Your industry-driven perspectives and practical examples have provided us with invaluable clarity on how AI is not just reshaping software engineering, but also defining future career pathways. Thank you for setting such a stimulating tone for the conference, sir. Thank you. We also extend a warm thanks to Dr. V. Shobana, Professor and Head of the Department of Computer Science with Cyber Security, for introducing our speaker and felicitating. Thank you, ma'am. We also thank all the participants for their enthusiastic presence and active interaction, which made this keynote session truly meaningful and enriching. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next keynote session will commence at 1:30 p.m. in the conference hall, following the lunch break. Participants may proceed to lunch and return by the specified time. I repeat, the next keynote session will commence at 1:30 p.m. in the conference hall, following the lunch break. Participants may proceed to the lunch and return by the specified time.
Check, check. Check, check. The journey of AI is a story of empowerment, assistance that guides, agency that collaborates, and autonomy that transforms. We once again welcome you all to the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies 2026, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science, Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College in collaboration with Curtin University, Malaysia. As we come together today, let us explore the potential of computational intelligence in shaping the future of technology and communication. Now, we invite Dr. A. Nirmala, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science with Cognitive Systems, to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Raghuveeran Soumya Narayanan, Global Delivery Head, AI Wipro, Chennai, to the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my distinct pleasure in welcoming you all for the third keynote session of third International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies. Today, we are honored to have with us our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Raghuveeran Soumya Narayanan, who is passionate about adding value to customers with actionable business insights driven through agentic AI and analytics. With over 30 years of IT industry experience, Mr. Raghuveeran is Global Delivery Head AI at Wipro, where he leads AI delivery, identifying innovative ideas and use cases to infuse of Gen AI and AI everywhere. He is also building healthcare practice for Wipro. He is also an expert in AI and analytics. He has a track record of running large business transformation programs for customers, leading a practice of 4,000 plus team members across different countries, client locations, and delivery centers, and charting account plans. He is a technology thought leader and an innovator. He has been featured as a speaker in international conferences, published articles in magazines and websites, and received multiple honors for his ideas and contributions. He is passionate about healthcare, financial services, energy, utilities, retail, manufacturing, and third-party logistic domains, and has helped many customers in these fields over the last 30 plus years. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electrical, Electronics and Communication Engineering from Bharathidasan University. In his keynote address today, Mr. Raghuveeran will provide invaluable insights into journey of assistive AI to autonomous AI through agentic AI. At this moment, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to him for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address and for honoring us with his presence on this special occasion. We are delighted to have him with us today, and I warmly welcome him to inspire us with his invaluable insights and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To create a lasting impression, a memory to cherish, a memento becomes the keepsake. As a small gesture to recognize his exceptional contribution to the tech community and our event, I'm honored to invite Dr. A. Nirmala to present the memento to our chief guest, Mr. Raghuveeran Soumya Narayanan. Thank you, dignitaries. The keynote address is set to commence shortly. We request the dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly take their places in the front row. With that, we may proceed with the scheduled keynote sessions. Thank you. intelligence is the bridge between what we imagine and what we can achieve. Now, we request the chief guest, Mr. Raghuviran Soumya Narayanan, Global Delivery Head, AI Wipro, Chennai, to address the keynote on Journey of Assistive AI to Autonomous AI through Agentic AI.
Good afternoon, all. Kekala. I know it is post-lunch session. You all will be awake? So, how many of you have been doing some AI, reading AI projects? I'm sure everybody is using ChatGPT. Anybody doing any AI projects here? No one? Okay. Okay. Anybody can guess what this is? Any wild guess? Anybody wants to guess? What? Okay, other guesses? Any other guesses? Nobody is even trying to guess. Okay. So, at the bottom I had put source, Northwestern University. So in Northwestern University, they did a research in terms of how we can use AI for designing. So the robots used to be designed, it used to take months. Now with AI, they were experimenting whether AI can do the design faster and more efficiently. So they made AI to do the design for the robot that can walk. So they did 10 attempts. Through the AI, it came up with 10 iterations of design in a matter of 26 seconds. And the 10th iteration is the model which looks like an elephant with 3 legs and few holes. This is, nobody can imagine that this is the design with which a robot can walk. And then they use that as a mold. They put some chemical and then filled it, molded it, and then it walked without falling down at all. The normal design of a robot that took months, AI could do that design in 26 seconds. And 10 iterations, and the 10th iteration is something actual design that can walk. So this is the kind of revolution is happening through AI. So who adopts AI? Somebody who adopts faster, they actually get the maximum benefit of leveraging AI. I will give some examples. Anybody can think of what this is? This being a post-lunch session, I intentionally kept something to ask. Anybody can guess what this is? Only one person seems to be guessing. I didn't hear. What was that? What? No, it is not cement factory. Any other guesses? So, this is a steam engine. Original design of a steam engine, and later it got fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned, and the steam engine that became operational sometime in late 1800s became more efficient and smaller, but this was the first design of a steam engine. Similarly, refrigeration. We all know what it is. Our fridges and air conditioners. So the initial design came up in 1920s. You know all the players. Most of you know all the players. Whom you think was really successful by doing this refrigeration and really made huge win? Any guesses? Any guesses? These are all familiar names, right? But who were really able to make big money out of it through the refrigeration? Carrier. Somebody is saying Carrier. Now you will know the surprise. Who really was? None of them. It is Coca-Cola. So even though the air conditioning concept was discovered, invented by them, but who effectively used it and made huge profits is Coca-Cola. You can see in terms of over years, because it is just a carbonated liquid, hardly it costs anything. Without refrigeration, nobody will drink it. Just because of refrigeration, it gained the market share. So they are the real people. I talked about earlier, first mover advantage. Even though somebody invents technology, who uses it effectively and makes value out of it? In this case, it is Coca-Cola. Earlier we used to say cost arbitrage. Now it is AI arbitrage. Anybody has doubts? This is real, not real? What we see in the last few years, it is real. It already started happening. So in every organization, he is trying to AI enable all their employees. And it started in 2023 time, but now it is really gained steam, and all companies are doing this, which means the prospective employees from this campus also should learn AI, without which it is going to be very, very challenging. That too particularly from computer science department. So everybody should learn AI. In the upcoming years, it is going to be challenging without knowing AI. Using ChatGPT is one, but how can we do more? So another key thing is bringing in efficiency a little bit, 10%, 20%. I am able to do something slightly better than the other technology. That doesn't help. But if you do that exponentially, so if something was taking 10 days, now I am doing to get that done in 1 day. If something was done in $10 million, now it is going to be done in $1 million. Then it excites all the businesses, all the people. If instead of doing $10 million, I reduce and do it in $9 million, everybody is going to think, so what? But if you do that $10 million into $1 million, then it really excites people. So you have to do the innovation exponentially. Doing incrementally doesn't help. Apply the 10x rule. I'll give examples. Initially, the aircraft engine for sending the space satellite, etc., was done by Boeing. Later, SpaceX came. I'm sure everybody knows. SpaceX came and they were able to do that at 1/10 of the cost of what Boeing used to do. And then ISRO came. I'm sure we all know, with our so many successful launches, rocket launches, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, all the missions. Now, so many organizations, so many countries are asking their satellite to be launched by ISRO. Boeing did, and SpaceX did at 1/10 of the cost of Boeing. Now, ISRO is doing at 1/10 of the cost of SpaceX. Because it is significantly lower, everybody is coming to India for all the launches, all the satellites to be launched by India, by ISRO. Another example, earlier, I am sure some of us who were there in abroad, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you want to do a wire transfer, we used to pay $20 extra to do a wire transfer, to send the money to India back. Now it is free. It's free, no charge. With UPI in India, the revolution has happened. Free of cost, no charge. So the point is, you have to really apply 10x rule and do something completely disruptive. Don't just do incremental. So how you do that? You can have multiple levels, and 10x cheaper, 10x better. Either of them are cheaper and better, or cheaper, better and faster. This is what really helps. And everybody is excited when it is cheaper, better and faster. 10x. Some of these names, I don't know, hopefully all are familiar. These are all small companies with 20 people, 15 people. The kind of valuation that they are able to bring, it's all in millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. So small teams are able to bring in so much value. Again, applying the 10x rule. And their valuations are so high because their costs are so low, but the innovation they are bringing to the table is so high. Now, earlier we used to do business intelligence. Now it is all decision velocities through AI. For example, in all those days, maybe 20 years ago, we used to have ERP, and we used to have reports, and MIS, business intelligence reports, all those things. Now, with ChatGPT, you just ask, you get the answer. So it is completely changed. People are not going to use many reports anymore. Now the scenario is you ask a question, you get the answer. So the users need not be trained on something, they need not understand a specific system. You simply ask a question, get the answer. Now we will come to the primary topic, assistive AI to autonomous AI. So, anybody want to share your examples, any example of what assistive AI? Hope everybody is still awake. Assistive AI is simple. I will give the example, ChatGPT. So through ChatGPT, you just ask a simple question and you get the answer. So it is able to help you do something in a very, very quick way, which you will not be able to do earlier. Then I will give some other healthcare examples, live examples. CT scans, MRI scans. CT scans doing is always, it brings the exposure, right? Everybody knows. X-ray. It is not advisable to have exposure to X-ray too many times. And CT is much powerful than that. So it is better to avoid exposure to CT scans. Don't do multiple CT scans on the same person because it affects that particular person. Think about small kids. There are CT scans necessities, sometimes it happens. Now, there is a technology with which from the MRI scan, which is reasonably lesser impactful, you take a MRI scan and then convert that MRI scan into a CT scan. That is possible through AI. So, if a small kid needs to undergo a CT, instead of taking a CT, you do a MRI scan, and from the MRI scan, create the CT scan, and then get whatever result that you are expected to use it. So that is one way of augmented AI, I would say. The another example could be simply reading MRI scans, CT scans, and understand whether somebody has a cancer. So let's say brain cancer. Typically what happens, your radiologist in most of the diagnostics and the hospitals, he has some 25 years of experience. He goes through all the CT scans and MRI scans and interpret whether this is normal or somewhere something he is suspecting. But it is very manually laborious process. He takes some half an hour to 45 minutes to go through each and every scan and try to understand where potentially the problem is there. Now, with AI identifies that by going through the picture, going through the X-ray, CT scan, MRI scan, and it gives suggestions. Potentially here is the cancer, potentially here is the cancer. And still, the experiences of the radiologist, instead of he spending 45 minutes on each and every CT scan, MRI scan, he can just take the help of AI and he can look at only the pointers given by AI and he can validate with his experience, are they valid, are they not valid. So now his time is better utilized with the help of AI. That is where we say human oversight for exceptions. So still his knowledge, his experience that he has done over 25 years, going through various CT scans and MRI scans is very valuable. But the mundane task of going through and identifying and spending that 1 hour on each and every, that is removed. So that AI can do, his experience can come on the output of AI, he can check whether it is okay or not. Now the last one is autonomous AI. So everything do things automatically. One is self-driving car. That is a good example of without anybody driving, car goes on its own. But obviously there are challenges. Another example I can think of is, for example, you want to book a travel ticket. You want to raise a travel request. So this is something some of our organizations have done. You raise a travel request. In the earlier days, then you have to follow up with your car, you have to follow up with your flight tickets, then you have to follow up with your hotel accommodation, everything separately. Now, there will be multiple agents. You just raise a travel request. Then one agent will go and do the flight booking. Another agent will go and do the car booking. Another agent will go and do the hotel booking. So everything is seamless. Now there are multiple agents will do things on its own, automatically. So that is one example of how I would say autonomous AI is going to work. Self-driving, self-driven car is still far for at least India. I think it is already happening in US and in some parts of Europe, but in India it will take time because we don't have roads where there are no interferences. Even if there are highways are there, there are interferences. In a typical US central plain scenario, there will be roads for hundreds of miles where there is no interference. So self-driving car can go. So without much risk. This is another view of comparison between assistive autonomous AI. You can look at from various perspectives, from an intelligence perspective, from a design perspective, from a user experience perspective, speed. So various perspectives, how assistive AI will work and an autonomous AI would work. The earlier one I was trying to explain with examples. Here it is more with how these things are different in terms of when you want to implement in reality. This is another way of looking at things in terms of where human effort is very valuable, where AI can do things better, and where human needs to be in loop. The example that I talked about, radiologist. Radiologist still needs to see it, even though AI gives an output, but augmenting humanity. So where do you want to do? Which kind of tasks you can do rely on AI? Which kind of tasks you can completely rely on human? Which kind of tasks you can do both? You need human as well as AI. Now this is another way of looking at on how you want to graduate from assistive kind of scenario to autonomous AI in terms of what kind of questions will come in terms of perception, what's happening now, there, what do I need to do, what do you recommend? So the way, step-by-step way of how do you apply, and the autonomous AI finally comes into level 7. This is for our own purpose. We can question what kind of question we can ask. Now, do you want to trust? Whom do you want to trust? In what scenarios? You want to trust an intelligent machine? You want to trust machine with a human? Completely with a human judgment? Now again, this is varying case by case. In different scenarios, we may have to apply different things. Not necessarily one size fits all approach. For different use case scenarios, we have to use different approaches. I don't know, let me pass here. Is it too fast or making everybody sleep? Or anybody wants to ask any question? So, agentic AI is going to help us to achieve the autonomous AI where faster, better and cheaper. This I will relate to the earlier 10x rule. Unless you do things 10x faster, 10x cheaper and 10x better, nobody is going to have that attention. Now agentic AI is bringing everybody's attention because you are able to do all the three faster. Faster, better and cheaper. Maybe now let's come to some interesting aspects. How it is applying, how it is impacting us today. How things are going to change. The kind of roles that is happening in the industry today, how these things are changing. A manager, what kind of skills he will require. A deep specialist, what kind of skills he will require. Everybody may be aware, all the companies used to work in a pyramid fashion. Now the pyramid fashion is going. Now it is diamond, which means the earlier pyramid concept is very high senior level experience, very, very few, and then middle level reasonably high, and the entry level very, very high. Now that is changing. Now it is diamond shape. So you will not need too many in the top, you will not need too many in the bottom, but you will need some senior specialists more and more. So that is how the industry is changing because of the AI. So unless everybody takes some learning and experience and move quickly to the middle, the lower level roles may not exist. Again, this is to do with, again, how learning, from a general learning perspective on AI, the concept of tabula rasa. It is nothing but blank. It is like a reading from the blank slate. I need to unlearn something. If I have some knowledge, then it becomes difficult to learn something new. You completely erase your earlier knowledge, try to learn afresh, then it works, then it helps. Because shifting from one that we already know to another one, sometimes it becomes difficult. So unlearn something and then learn. That helps. This is another one again. What applied in the past and same thing applies now as well. So I've just given some examples in terms of adapt. We all know, I think, Alice in Wonderland story, where the person could adapt quickly. And today, the IT professionals are adapting to various things happening over the last 20 plus, 25 plus years. Every 4 or 5 years, something new comes up, and you have to adapt. Reinvent. I think many of us know the story of Hanuman. He did not know power of himself, unless somebody tells him. Now, this guy, NVIDIA, the NVIDIA CEO, he was cleaning toilet in restaurants way back in 90s. Today, he is the CEO of the most valuable company. He has reinvented himself with his strategies. Self-learning. I think some of us definitely know Ekalavya's story, where he learned things on his own, where his others, Pandavas and Kauravas, they were all taught by a teacher, whereas Ekalavya learned things on his own. Now, if you compare the Elon Musk, he's learned everything on his own, whichever, whether it is rockets, Tesla, electric vehicles, AI, physics, everything on his own. Mindset change. Arjuna was confused. What should I do? Then he took the advice of Lord Krishna to do things. Similarly now, Satya Nadella, the earlier strategy in Microsoft was know it all. Now it is learn it all. So some of the concepts that used to work in the past, adapting, reinventing, self-learning, mindset change, it is very much applicable today as well. So we can see. So concepts doesn't change. The scenarios may change, but concept we can still apply. Many of us have the feeling that AI is taking away jobs. It is true in a way, it is not true in a way. So it is true in a way that there are some jobs being taken by AI, but at the same time, some more new jobs are getting created by AI. So if we learn the right things we will be able to get into those roles where AI cannot move away those jobs, but there are the new jobs we can still get to. This is a quote from a visionary. AI is not about replacing humans, but about amplifying human potential. With this, my presentation is over, open for any questions and answers. Any questions? No questions? No questions? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. Collaboration made this possible, and gratitude makes it complete. I now invite Dr. V. Premasudha, Professor and Head Department of Computer Science with Data Analytics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon all, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members and dear students. As we come to the close of this insightful session, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost,
Students, kindly maintain silence.
Kind attention everyone. Students are requested to maintain silence. It is not the destination where you end up, but the journey that got you there. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you all to the valedictory session of the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies 2026, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science of Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College in collaboration with Curtin University, Malaysia.
Great beginnings lead to greater opportunities for collaboration and innovation. To commence this session, I request Dr. M. Radhi, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Technology, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon all. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth keynote address and valedictory session of third International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies. It's my honor and privilege to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Shivaraman Easwaran, Associate Professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Curtin University, Malaysia, specializing in cybersecurity. Welcome you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome our Principal and Dean, Dr. Mary Magdalene Jane, ma'am. It is also my privilege to welcome the Head Department of IT, Dr. A. Adiselvam, Head Department of AAML, Dr. S. Saranya. Welcome you, sir. Welcome you, ma'am. It's my pride to introduce our chief guest here in this session, Dr. Shivaraman Easwaran. His professional journey blends teaching, research, leadership, and community engagement with a strong commitment to bridge between academia, industry, and society. As program coordinator for the Bachelor of Computing in Cybersecurity, he spearheads curriculum enhancement, supports student success, and guides departmental activities. He also leads the Sarawak Digital Economy Corporation Cybersecurity Key Labs Working Group in Sarawak, Malaysia. Dr. Shivaraman is the recipient of multiple prestigious national and international research grants as principal investigator and co-principal investigator spanning AI-driven healthcare diagnostics, cybersecurity, blockchain, federated learning, deep learning, and edge or fog computing funded by agencies in Malaysia and Australia. He is recognized with the fellowship of the Higher Education Academy and the Student Choice Award. He is also a recipient of several teaching and learning grants. He actively supervises Ph.D. and M.Phil scholars across interdisciplinary research domains, contributing significantly to research innovation and the development of future researchers. His keynote address on malware network traffic analysis will provide valuable insights to all of us. We are delighted to have him with us today and also welcome the participants and student friends for graciously giving your time for this event. We hope you will find this event fruitful. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. F. Mary Magdalene Jane, Dean, Computer Science, to honor our chief guest, Dr. Shivaraman Ishwaran. Thank you, dignitaries.
The beautiful factor about learning is that no one can take it away from you. We've come to the significant part of the program. We respectfully invite the distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly take their places in the front row, and with that, we may proceed with the scheduled keynote session. Thank you. Now, I invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Shivaraman Ishwaran, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Curtin University, Malaysia, to address the gathering with the keynote on malware network traffic analysis.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, conference participants, researchers across the state, and students. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to stand before all of you to deliver the session on network malware forensic analysis. So this session will give you a brief overview of what an organization generally does if they want to do some kind of an investigation. In cybersecurity, we usually have two major things. One is the proactive nature, the second one is reactive nature. Any organization first generally focuses on something called as proactive behavior, proactive nature, which means they are generally more into protecting the organization. For instance, if you take an organization, the basic level of security control starts with a firewall. A firewall is a simple security control which filters the network traffic. So it's a very simple security control which either allow the traffic or deny the traffic based on the rule that we actually write. And following the firewall, we have next level of security control like intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system. This is generally considered to be the second level of defensive measure for any organization. And this is like a bit advanced compared to the of firewalls. Firewalls just filter the traffic. So IDS systems look for some kind of an intrusions that happen in an organization. It acts like a proactive security control, which means it tries to prevent something from happening. If it detects something suspicious, it immediately creates or generates an alert and the administrators will take appropriate action. So the third level of security control is mostly security information and event management. So what we call it as a CM tool. So this is a bit advanced level of security control where all the traffic logs, throughout the organization. So it could be from a server, it could be from intrusion detection system logs, and all part of the organization will be collected and it will be it will be placed in a centralized location, and a kind of an analytics will be done, and the alerts will be generated based on the existing signatures. So this is a third level of security measure which we have in an organization. So we use a term called as defense in depth. So in security there are a lot of principles. You might have heard about privilege, least privilege, principle of least privilege. Another important aspect is defense in depth, which means an organization have multiple layers of defense. If one defense fails, the next system will be taking care. But the attackers are more advanced and the tactics or the techniques used by the attackers are more sophisticated, which means they try to bypass these security controls or they do something called as obfuscation. So obfuscation is a technique which generally tries to bypass or escape from these security controls. So what they actually do is they generally hide a kind of a malware. In security, malware is a piece of code which an attacker generally sends into the network for different purposes. In malware, we have different categories, like say we have virus, we have a worm, we have Trojan, we have ransomware, and many other kinds. We have like say advanced persistent, different kind of malwares. So these malwares could do a lot of damage to either the network or the software or the web applications and so on. So attackers send this to escalate privilege or to achieve something. So these malwares are designed in such a way that they can bypass the security control. So they do something called as obfuscation. They hide that malware inside some other files and they send it to the network. So what exactly happens is, thus malware navigates through the network and obviously reaches the maximum level of privilege, what we call it as admin level privilege. So it could access the data or confidential information that are kept on a server and it could do something like data breach. So malware analysis is very essential to in the second aspect, that is reactive nature of cybersecurity. The proactive nature, we have the security controls, but if all these things fail, we have a reactive measure. And that's where the network forensic analysis comes in. Next. Okay, so you can see attacks are happening every now and then. So you can see a lot of attacks keeps happening, and all these attacks involve some level of malware at some situation. So attack is not like simple, okay, you just send a packet and attack happens successfully. It's a stage. Attackers use multiple stages to reach the destination. So it's not like simple thing, like okay, an attacker can just push a file into your network and they can make it successful. So they need to first bypass the firewall, as I mentioned. They need to bypass the intrusion detection system, and then they need to find out a way in which they can send a file to the victim machine. So it takes a lot of efforts for an attacker to do the attack successfully. So you can see Colonial Pipeline. So you can see the second one, Colonial Pipeline confirms it paid 4.4 million ransom to hacker gang after attack. So this involved a specific kind of malware called as a ransomware. So this malware generally encrypts the files. So what happened? Colonial Pipeline is an oil and gas company in United States. In 2021, what happened was the malware entered or penetrated into the network. All the security controls failed, and it started encrypting the content. So what happened? The oil and gas company, which is completely automated, could not function because the things got encrypted. They cannot access the system or resource. So they stopped. The production was completely halt, which means the customers who were able to, who are generally using this Colonial Pipeline company, could not use their services. It's similar to like what we have like Bharat Petroleum or Indian Oil in India. It's a company, oil and gas company in United States. So the company stopped everything. They could not give services to the customers, and nearly for 3 to 5 days, they could not, continue with the business operations. So they paid a huge amount of money to the attackers in form of bitcoins. Only then they were able to do things. Question is how these malwares are bypassing the controls. Are there solutions where we can understand how the attacker entered, what they did, and what are the measures that we can take for future security aspects? So you can also see other listed, like you can see like the WannaCry ransomware attack losses could reach $4 million US. So there is a malware attack, so obviously it causes very huge damage to everyone. All the victims. Next. Next. Okay, so why network malware forensic actually matters? So we need to understand if there is any data breach, we need to understand or have answers for these questions. How did attackers enter into the organization? Even though you have very well, the protection are really good, the company have invested a lot of money or budget for those security controls, but still the attackers were able to be successful. How that happened? What systems were affected? You want to understand what are the what is the impact of that particular malware? So how long or how depth it has spread? Is it specific to one particular network or is spread across the networks? Or is it like only specific to some resources or only on some servers? So we need to realize what actually have happened because we need to remove all those malwares, right? So once the attack is successful, we detect that, okay, some attack have happened. The next step is we need to recover from that particular attack. So we need to do a kind of an analysis. So what data was accessed or stolen from the system? And how long were attackers inside the network? Is it like say 5 days or 1 month or 6 months? How long they were inside? When did they enter? So for this, we have something called as network forensic analysis. So it's a kind of an investigation, forensic investigation, and a part of reactive activity. Next. So network malware forensics involves, obviously, first one is capturing the network traffic. So there are a lot of ways in which you can capture the network traffic, either in the form of packets or in the form of logs. So what is essential or what is useful for us to do the analysis so that can be actually carried out. So now maybe I'll show you a couple of a small demonstration to make you understand what exactly we do in network forensic analysis. So detecting malicious communications, what actually happens, is any malware being sent, or is there anything which I can steal from the communication and so on. Analyzing suspicious behavior through the network traffic, reconstructing attack events. So if I want to learn things from what have happened, like say there is a ransomware attack, now Colonial Pipeline have learned it, now they want to understand how the attack actually worked, because that will be useful for the security people or security administrators. So I need to reconstruct that particular incident. For that also, I need to take the traffic and I need to do a kind of an investigation, what we call it as network forensic analysis. And there is another option, interesting thing, extracting evidence from network data. So you do an analysis, you realize, okay, these are the attackers from this particular country, so you want to file a case against them. You want to go for legal proceedings. So how can you prove that, okay, these are the culprits or these are the hackers or adversaries? So for that, you need to extract some evidence from the network data. So that is a very important thing that can be used in network forensic analysis. So these are some of the malwares observed in most probably in the networks like ransomware. We have botnets, we have trojans, we have worms. Every malware has its own way of behavior. For example, a virus will get activated unless you trigger that particular file, you open that particular file. So that gets added to another application, and once you access that application, virus also will get activated. If you take a worm, so worm can replicate, but can trigger automatically on its own, and it can replicate on its own, and it can, like what to say, kind of do a scanning of the network, so it can have some multiple behaviors. So that is a beauty behind this worm. So we have spywares, which enters into the organization, which stays there stealthily for a long period of time, takes data, keeps sending to outside people. Advanced persistent threats, this is also a kind of malware which is designed for long-term persistence. So that's what we use a term called as advanced persistent threats. And apart from that, we also have command and control communication tools. So once you have reached out to a server, a victim server, your attack is successful. Now the attacker wants to have that connection for some period of time so that he can keep extracting the data and information. Because maintaining access is very essential in a security activity. You might have heard a term called as ethical hacking. So in that last step is gaining access and then maintaining access. An attacker, once he reaches, and if he is identified by someone, that is of no use. So he need to be there for a long period of time without getting caught. So he will be using different methods, different obfuscation methods to hide himself in the network. So the other security controls will not be able to track particular things. Right? So maybe I shall quickly show you maybe on the laptop to make you understand what actually as a security personnel we do in the form of forensic analysis. So a small demo, don't mind. No problem. So where is the pen drive? Pen drive? Okay, so for so we use a tool called as Wireshark to do this forensic analysis. So this is a traffic that has been captured as part of the network, and on the left side, so you can see the timing when it actually happened, and the source and destination IP, and protocol, and all those information. So as a network administrator, what I generally do is, I just type something like, say, http dot request, and it filters the specific packets with respect to a specific malware. So here you can see it has extracted. So GET request, you all know that in web technology, we send a request to a server, and server would have replied with some content. So now if you can see, there has been 3 GET requests. If you look into the second one, it says something like documents and invoice at msorequest.doc. And the third one, if you see, it is something like knr.exe. So usually, network traffic will not have .exe kind of files. Malwares are generally converted into a file called as an exe. So what we will do in the next step is, say I go here, I export the object and export the HTTP. So what are the objects that has been transmitted over the network channel? So this is already pre-captured traffic. So now what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to store this file, save, say let me put it in the pen drive, and I will also save this particular file, the Word document. So what I do is, so I go to something called as so a virus total, a website where you can check the integrity of a specific file. You can check whether a particular file sent over the network traffic is a malware or a good file. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to choose the file, and the file which I've saved, like say the Word document, so let me copy this. So since it is a virus, it is making some issues. So let me save in some other location. So you can see upon saving, the virus detection automatically captures it as a malware. It says a threat detected, right? So since I saved that particular file on this device, it says a malware is being detected. So if I upload that file, it's making some issues. Okay, the other ways I can calculate the hash. Okay, there is some issue with the permission. Sorry? Okay, okay, okay. I'll just அப்படிங்களா இல்லை என்னென்ன இஷ்யூஸ் தெரியல. ஓகே ஓகே இல்லை let me check. Okay, so let me show you another example. So where what an attacker actually does. So you can see there is a login page. So I type something like say Shivaraman, and password is like say N.G.P at 2026. So imagine a victim is accessing this particular website, and what happens is this is actually a fake page that is maintained by an attacker. And once I enter the fields, it just gets cleared. So, but what exactly happened besides is that, so if you go to this Wireshark traffic, and here if you see the username and password that is being sent, so you can see my username and password is being captured. So Shivaraman, and you can see N.G.P at 2026. So this is a simple example to say how the tools in security can be used for forensic analysis. So imagine this is actually a HTTP website. So if you go for HTTPS website, it is obviously encrypted. You cannot capture information like this. But the traffic which is being sent has actually malware. So the previous example which I've shown for demonstration purposes has actually malware inside. So just let me try that one, saving it in a C drive. So let me see if that actually works. So I just try to save. I'm not supposed to save a file in a C drive because it's a malware actually. Yeah, so it says like I don't have a permission. Okay, so let me show you one more example from this file. Right? So here you can see some traffic information, and looking into the packet and the protocols, so it has involved something like SMB, server message block, right? And this is actually a protocol that involves an active directory environment where there is a server which shares file to a different set of machines in a network. In organization, in general IT organizations, what they actually do is, if there are like say 100 clients, 100 computers, and if some file want to be shared to all the 100 machines, it uses something called as active directory. So active directory is a kind of a network technique which we use for transferring files to all the machines. So here what we generally do is we use a protocol called as SMB, server message block. So attackers use this one for doing some kind of an attack. So if you want to extract the file being transmitted, and same way if I go to export objects, but this is something related to SMB traffic. And here if you expand this, so here also you can observe there are some files, and if you look at the packet 7058 and 7936, both files are, you can see the last one, file names, it ends with .exe, which means obviously it is a malware, right? So you can see packet number 7058 and 7936. So you can see there are two types of malwares which is being sent, and you can also see in the content type, it's like 100% in the bracket. So which says the file is successfully transmitted across the channel, across the network. So the IP address of the host is 10.6.26.6. So that is the IP address of the controller. That's why it is showing as /C. That is the domain name controller. So it is classified as C. And 6991, if you look at the packet, it is the personal computer. You can see the IP address is like something like, it's like Cliffstone DC. So that is a computer actually. So a computer first sends a malware to the server, and that server, using the SMB protocol, it shares the file to all the machines in the network. So this is another small example to show you how you can use the malware traffic for malware analysis, which means you can extract what are the objects that has been sent over the file, and you can do a lot of things with it, right? There are many other kind of malware which are generally used. So I'd like to conclude this session with the last one example. Okay, so this is a kind of infection chain. In security, what happens, imagine you are the visitor, imagine you are the victim. So what you do, you visit a website, and that website is what we call it as compromised website, which means attacker have taken control of that particular website. So what happens in that website is, using a threat vector, you get redirected to a different traffic. So the redirection actually happens, and it goes to something called as rig landing page. So rig is a exploit kit, which is also a kind of a malware, and that will download a different kind of file on your device. So it scans for your browser, and if your browser comes with a vulnerability, it just downloads that particular malware on your computer. So this is a quite a tedious process, but this can be easily observed on your Wireshark. So if you see, same way if I give http dot request, so you can see what are the different websites that are being accessed. So you can see it goes from, like you can see, there is the post request, there are different HTTP GET requests, and Yeah. So you can see there are different web pages that have been being accessed. So for this, first let me TCP, what are the connections that have been made? So I can use the TCP protocol to see what are the connections that have been established. And apart from that, you can also use, let me open it. Yes, you can also do HTTP follow stream to understand. So HTTP. So get request, and so it goes to different file requests, and so let me open it. Yeah, so this will give you what are the websites that are actually visited. So you can see first it goes from a Cine Holland website, and if you go down, I think it's quite a lot of information to show you. Yes. So from here, it jumps to something called as 24corpshop.com. So if you are studied like say courses like web technology, it uses a tag called as iframe tag, hidden iframe tag. So when the attacker visits a compromised website, so from there you get redirected to a different page, and that page contains the malware which gets downloaded on your machine. So this also can be observed using this network forensic analysis. Okay, so with this let me conclude the demonstration part. Yeah, so generally we use this network forensic analysis for reactive investigation. So attacks are done. Now we want to understand, or we want to learn from the mistakes. So we use the traffic to understand how the attacker actually behaved. And we use this kind of a collected traffic for later investigation and also produce in the court of law. Because we have identified the attacker, we want to file a legal case against them. So now you can use this as a forensic evidence. So there are a lot of benefits once you go for network forensic analysis. Now this is manually shown, but now things are going to be very well automated in near future. So we have a lot of automated tools as well. But still the Wireshark is considered to be one of the very familiar tool for these kind of investigation. So with this content, so I would like to conclude the technical part of this session. So coming to the end of conference, so I congratulate every single participant who are a researcher or a faculty member or a student who have shared your knowledge and also findings in this conference. And conference is also one of the main event where researchers or people across the world share their knowledge. So we also conduct like annual conference where papers from across the world comes in and people share their findings or their research, research results and so on. So this acts as a kind of a medium or a channel in which you come to know a lot of lot of things that are happening in the current day world. So do not just stop with listening to those things. So take it as a kind of learning from the different fellow mates and take this forward for your research knowledge and also convert the knowledge into some kind of an innovation in the near future. So with this, I would like to conclude my session. So thanks everyone for patient listening. Yeah, so apologies that virus one did not work well, unfortunately. So sorry for that. So if you have any questions, I'm open for answering them. Anything with respect to cybersecurity, I'm available now. Any question from anyone? Okay, So thanks everyone, and finally I would like to thank the management of Dr.N.G.P Arts and Science College and the conference committee for providing me with this opportunity. Also, I would like to congratulate the conference organizing team for successfully organizing this third version of this international conference 2026 and inviting me for the third time. So I'm really thankful to the organizing department. So thank you everyone.
Thank you for an insightful session, sir.
I kindly request Mr. Ranjit Kumar N, Mr. Raghuveeran Soumya Narayanan, and Dr. Sivaraman Ishwaran and other dignitaries to kindly proceed to the dais for the valedictory session. Success is best when it's shared. I request Dr. S. Saranya, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, to present the conference report.
Good evening all. I am pleased to present the comprehensive report of the International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies ICCICT 2K26, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science in collaboration with Curtin University, Malaysia. The primary objective of the conference was to disseminate innovative concepts and breakthroughs in the evolving domains of computational intelligence and communication technology. ICCICT 2K26 garnered substantial support and witnessed an overwhelming response from researchers and students worldwide. We received a total of 236 research papers from various states in India and also notably from countries such as Germany, Malaysia, Nigeria, Mexico, Western Australia, Leeds, Texas, and Saudi Arabia. Following a meticulous review process, 180 papers were accepted, resulting in an impressive acceptance rate of 76%. We express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers for contributing significantly to the success of the conference. Dr. Kelvin Yong Cheng Chek, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science, Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia, delivered an exemplary talk on The Enemy Within, Rethinking Insider Threats in a Data-Driven World. Mr. Ranjit Kumar N, Group Project Manager, Infosys Technology, Chennai, shared insights on the AI advantage, turbocharging software engineering. Mr. Raghuveeran Soumyanarayanan, Global Delivery Head, AI, Wipro, Chennai, addressed the audience on journey of assistive AI to autonomous AI through agentic AI. Dr. Sivaraman Ishwaran, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Curtin University, Malaysia, explored on malware network traffic analysis. Special appreciation to our session chairs, Dr. L. Dhanabal from Kumaraguru College of Technology, Dr. Prabhu Sundar from Gobi Arts and Science College, Dr. S. Karpagavalli from PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, and Dr. Sudha from PSG College of Arts and Science, who diligently evaluated presentations, resulting in the selection of best paper. The conference served as a collaborative platform for researchers, professionals, and academia to interact, fostering open deliberations aimed at advancing their expertise. Thank you to all the participants for making ICCICT 2K26 a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellence is not being the best. It is doing your best. We now proceed to recognize the outstanding contributions made during this conference.
I request Dr. Shivaram Ishwaran and other dignitaries to present the Best Paper Award to Mr. A. Dinesh from Kumaraguru College of Technology. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Ranjit Kumar N and other dignitaries to present the Best Paper Award to Ms. M. Yamuna Devi from LRG Government Arts College for Women. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Raghuveeran and other dignitaries to present the Best Paper Award to Mr. Akash, Mr. Akhil and Mr. Krishnan from PG Polytechnic College. Thank you, sir. We are pleased to recognize our online presentation winners, Ms. Padmashri U and Ms. Vinaya CP from Sri Krishna Arts and Science College. We extend our congratulations, though they are unable to be with us today. Thank you, dignitaries.
Congratulations to all the awardees for their remarkable achievements. To understand and reflect on the experience of this event, we invite feedback from the audience. If anyone would like to share, please raise your hand and our team will assist you with the microphone.
I sincerely thank conference organizing committee for a well-equipped seminar hall with excellent audio and presentation facilities, which created a professional environment for effective communication. The systematic hall mapping and guidance for the conference halls makes me comfortable to recognize my conference hall and maintain my pronunciation correctly. And throughout my projects, insights were given by the judges and helped me to create my new facilities for my projects and helped me to create in future enhancement of my project. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Gratitude turns what we have into enough. As we have come to the end of the conference, I request Dr. A. Adiselvan, Professor and Head, Department of Information Technology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
So, good afternoon to one and all. Gratitude opened the door for meaningful relationship and long-term collaboration. It is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the 3rd International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technology organized by the Faculty of Computer Science in collaboration with the Curtin University, Malaysia. I, Dr. A. Adiselvam, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Dr. Kelvin Young, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Science, Swinburne University of the Technology, Malaysia, for graciously consenting to inaugurate this conference and for deliver the insightful address on the enemy within, rethinking insider threat in the data-driven world. It is my immense pleasure to express my sincere thanks to resource person Mr. N.G.P, Group Project Manager, Infosys Technology, Chennai, for delivering the excellent keynote address on the AI advantage, turbocharged software engineering. Thank you, sir, for your sharing your expertise and industrial insight. I convey my deep gratitude to Raghuveeran Sominarayanan, Global Delivery Head, AI Wipro, Chennai, for his enlightening keynote address on the journey of assistive AI to autonomous AI through the agentic AI. We truly appreciate your valuable contribution. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks also extended to the Dr. Sivaraman Iswaran, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Curtin University, Malaysia, for his presence and delivering the remarkable and informative validity address at malware network traffic analysis. Thank you, sir. I respectfully convey my sincere thanks to our Honorable Chairman Dr.Nalla G respected Secretary Madam Dr.Thavamani D for their constant support and encouragement. I also extend my gratitude to Mr. Arun N. Palaniswami, Trustee, Mr. Madhuravi Palaniswami, Trustee for Dr.N.G.P Educational Research Trust for their unwavering support and motivation. I place on record our heartfelt thanks to Dr. O.T. Puneswaran, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. M. Nadesan, Chief Operating Officer and Administrative Officer for their valuable guidance and administrative support. My sincere thanks to our beloved Principal, Professor Dr. S. Saravanan for his constant guidance and motivation at every stage of the conference. I also express my sincere appreciation to the Director, Professor Dr. P. Muthuswamy for his encouragement and support in organizing this conference. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dean, Faculty of Computer Science, Dr. Mary McLean Jain for her guidance, coordination, motivation throughout the organization for this conference. Thank you, Madam. I convey my sincere thanks to teams of the various portfolio and heads of the department for valuable advice and encouragement. My special thanks goes to the conveners, organizing secretaries for this meticulous planning and flawless execution of this conference. I also thank all the organizing committee members for their dedicated effort and teamwork with the contributor immensely to successful completion of this event. I express my appreciation to the reviewers for their time, expertise and constructive evaluation of the research article. I also thank the session chair for efficiency, managing and overseeing the technical session. My sincere thanks to participants from the various institutions for their active participation and presenting their valuable research contribution. I gratefully acknowledge the support of all the faculty members, non-teaching staff for their cooperation and assistance. Finally, I extend heartfelt thanks to our student participants, volunteers, sponsors and collaborators who are involved and added the great value for this conference. Once again, I thank each and every one of you for your presence and support, which made this conference a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you everyone for your active participation. Participants of paper presentation are requested to collect your certificates from the MOC desk. This concludes the valedictory session of International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Communication Technologies 2026. Wishing you all a great evening ahead. Thank you.